Hello? Hello? Peace, peace, peace. Can y'all hear me? Let me know if you can hear me. Put one in the chat if you can hear me. Shout out to everybody in the building. Put one in the chat if you can hear me. Put a one in the chat if you can hear me. Shout out to everybody in the building. Okay, so we got ones in the chat. Shout out to everybody. How's everybody doing? Can you hear me clear? Like, all right, so everybody can hear me. Is the sound good? Because I was having an issue with the audio earlier. That's why I had to cancel that live and I had to start a new one. Is the sound good? Let me know. Okay, you're saying the sound is good. So yeah, we could probably get started. You could probably get started. Shout out to everybody in the building. I know I've been going for a while. I haven't been feeling good. I was just getting a little bit better, and I just wanted to touch on a few things tonight. We're gonna see how it go. Hopefully, I could get through everything I wanted to get through. Shout out to everybody in the building. Shout out to the Visionary. Shout out to Lord of Slaughter. Shout out to Madison. Shout out to Conguru. I got your message too. Shout out to McKinsley. Any tips? My tips would be don't even waste your time. But if you're gonna debate them, you're gonna win regardless because they can't back up anything they got to say. Just ask them for evidence for anything. They're not gonna be able to provide it to you, or they're gonna provide you something that they claim a European said that they're gonna take out of context as usual. That's all you pretty much got to do. Shout out to the hood mistress in the building. Yes, you made it just in time. Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, but let me just start this. Let's see. Oh, the spoiled empanada. Yeah, he's a joke. Total joke. But yeah, let's get this started. I want to get this started on something. I don't know. How are we going to get this started? I think we're going to get this started like this. Shout out to the young brother. I want to see what he got to say about this. I don't as y'all can see on your screen, this is Young Dawn Reacts. Shout out to Young Dawn Reacts. He had commented on one of my videos before and told me to don't make like clickbait titles where it's like where I'm just trying to like troll people, where I'm claiming, because the video I made was I was saying that I forgot what the video was about, but it was something. I was just saying I titled it in a way so FBA could come and just like, crash out in the comment section to try to prove a point that these FBA bozos don't even watch the video. They just comment on the video without even watching it. They comment on my videos without even watching it. In fact, I'll probably go to that another time. But yeah, shout out to everybody in the building. Let's see what Young Dawn got to say about Poetik Flakko. Because again, like I've been saying that Poetik Flakko has been going bad lately. So let's see what's going on with that situation.
Oh, Flakko. What the fuck were you thinking? This nigga really done stepped in it with this one, guys. Poetik Flakko, he's in trouble. It seems like he's in trouble. This nigga got too greedy, bro. I swear to you, the two things that have destroyed more men than anything else, lust and greed. And with this story, we're actually going to be seeing both of those things manifest itself in two different people, one story coming together to show how both lust and greed can truly bring a man to his knees. So what are we talking about? We're talking about this situation with Poetik Flakko, Tasha K, and Roland Martin. Now, the video we'll be reacting to.
Wait, time out. Oh, yeah. I've been hearing about something going on with Roland Martin. I have not looked into it because I'm pretty sure it was cap. But that might be the case right now. And Poetik Flakko might be in trouble. That's what Young Dawn is talking about, I think. Shout out to Jade for coming through with the 20, who's also a member of the channel. Much appreciated. You just set it off for tonight, helping me reach my goal. Much appreciated. Everybody shout out Jade. Make sure y'all shouting out Jade. She set it off. She set it off in a big way with a 20. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Yeah, let's keep this going.
Tasha K and Poetik Jala are getting sued for this video by Point and Shoot Forever. So let's check it out.
Okay, so for this video, I want to talk to you guys about Poetik Minyengo Jala.
He paid $2,500
and
for the
his
box.
auntie Tasha K. They're in serious trouble, and they're currently in extreme danger of being sued for exposing Roland Martin's genitals.
The girl who shot the of Roland Martin in her house, in her bedroom, that's who you need to sue. That's
so let me just explain what's going on here.
Yeah, we need to find out what's going on. Because again, like I said, I haven't been watching. I haven't been paying attention. So I don't know what's going on with Roland Martin and why everybody's like acting like they got some like super exposing information about him. Like I don't know. I'm trying to figure this out. Because again, like I said, I haven't been using the computer. I've been sick. I've been watching any videos or anything like that. So we're going to see what's going on. We're going to see what's going on with the Roland Martin situation.
So once upon a time, there was a Pyru named Jack 100.
Okay,
and Jack 100 is the guy that's always seems to get in possession of someone's gay male sex tape. What? This really is. This is what he's known for. He's known for handling and possessing sex tapes that aren't out yet, that haven't dropped.
Okay.
So he's at it again. And Jala got this footage of Roland Martin's revenge corns, and this is really serious. So he got this from Jack.
Representative. Okay. So the representative hits up WAC 100, asking WAC 100 to expose Roland Martin's relations with Shakola Thompson.
So Jack 100 gave it to Jala.
So what is Roland Martin married or something? So what is this about? Like Roland Martin cheated on his wife or something? I'm not hearing as far as I can tell right now, it's not nothing gay. And it's not nothing that got to do with kids. And it's not a scrape. So what is the issue here? And as far as I know, Roland Martin is not married. So what? He had sex with a woman, videotaped it, and then she basically trying to blackmail him with the tape now. Like, that's what happened? Oh, Roland Martin is married. Oh, Roland Martin got a side piece. So this is the issue. This is the issue at hand. He's married and and his side piece is basically trying to expose him. I see it now. Yes, Tasha K has not learned her lesson. Has not learned it at all. Shout out to RBG for the win in the building. Oh, okay. Roland Martin got caught out there cheating on his wife.
Loves to give stuff to Jala to like disseminate.
This, I gotta say, is what the fuck is wrong with these niggas, man? WAC 100, Poetik Flakko. Now, if they got beef with Roland Martin, okay, understood. Maybe they have some kind of beef that I'm not aware of. But as far as I know from what I know about Roland Martin, he is a black political commentator, right? He is an advocate for the black community, right? He is an advocate for things like reparations. He's more of like a mainstream pro-black kind of guy, classic Democrat kind of dude. Is he the most progressive left-leaning guy in the world? Is he a black revolutionary with his politics? Probably not. He's kind of like your typical, Kamala Harris Democrat kind of guy from what I have. I would call myself a Roland Martin fan of his content. I'm not like a consistent listener, but every time I've come across a Roland Martin video where he's talking about something, it seems to be good, right? It seems to be good. So if there is no beef between these guys, what the fuck is that? Somebody sends you video of that's not your fucking business is my point here. It's one thing if this shit went online and niggas are talking about it. Okay, that's whatever. But why come for this random black guy, right? Especially a Poetik Flakko who seems to have positioned himself as of late as this, advocate for black people, right? That,
Exactly. I got to stop this here because I think this is the issue at play. Poetik Flakko is trying, is like I said before, when I said he's starting to do bad, he's trying to be in good graces with FBA. He wants to be down with FBA. He just doesn't like Tariq and people who make it there, who go super hard on Africans. Otherwise than that, he's cool with FBA. He likes FBA. And he knows one of FBA's biggest ops is Roland Martin. That's why he got in on this. This is him trying to get his way back in good with FBA, doing this against Roland Martin. That's what this looks like to me. That's what it looks like to me. Because why else would you want to be in on this? Like you trying to show off for FBA. That's what this looks like.
well, that is that man's business. Okay. Right? What the fuck is this? This is so weird. But all right, let's continue.
By proxy, he like uses Jala's channel as like his personal propaganda machine. Okay. So Jack gets these videos and then he hits up his nephew Jala and he says, "We gonna run this content. We doing what we supposed to do." And Jala is licking his chops. Okay. And then so Jala just starts disseminating a detailed description of this corn.
I didn't really take it seriously. And then they sent over proof. And this is where things got real. When they sent over proof of everything they are accusing Roland Martin of doing. So in the first video I received, Roland Martin is laid flat on his back on top of pillows.
So he goes on to just like fully just describe and narrate everything that's going on in the photos and videos. And I think he thinks that that's like insulating him from liability or something. He thinks that as long as he's not showing the actual content, that he's free from liability, but that's just not true. And that's what's so crazy about this. Because even though he didn't actually show the images, he still exposed himself to a public disclosure claim. Okay?
Right.
And we don't want Jala exposing himself.
What?
Okay?
Jala is my
that was Peter Venkman.
For the box.
So I want to show you this. This is the 4 elements needed to prove a case against Jala and Tasha K. And
right. So this wouldn't be defamation, right? Because defamation, it requires that the things that you are saying aren't true. And it wouldn't necessarily be revenge porn because from the sounds of it, Poetik Flakko, neither him nor Tasha K actually put the video out there. So there's this video allegedly that involves Roland Martin where he's cheating on his wife with some chick. This is the allegation, right? They have come into possession of this video via WAC 100, apparently, right? So they don't put that out, and so that wouldn't be revenge porn either. But there is this third thing, this third type of lawsuit that you could file against somebody in a situation like this called public disclosure, right? That's what he's about to describe here. And it does sound like based on what was done, this would be a violation of the sort. Check this out.
Checks every box.
Oh, yeah. So this was definitely corny. Oh, shout out to Neon. I think that's your name. I can't really see too good. You came through with 550 what is that? Joules. Stay hydrated. I will stay hydrated. Thank you. Everybody shout out Neon for coming through. Could you type your name how I'm supposed to pronounce it? Because I really can't see it. But yeah, thank you. Thank you. Much appreciated. Let's keep this going.
Look at this. Number 1, public disclosure. Yes, they did it in public. Number 2, was the information disclosed private? Yes, it was.
Yeah.
Number 3, was it highly offensive to a reasonable person?
For
Absolutely,
sure.
it was.
Yeah.
And number 4, was it not a matter of legitimate public concern? No, it wasn't.
Definitely. And those last 2, I think, are the most relevant here. Okay, because if he had just said, "Hey, I have received the video evidence showing that Roland Martin cheated on his wife with a woman," that's not his wife. Yes, incredibly cornball loser activity to do something like that, to bring a man's, just anybody's private personal business out. You're breaking it to the internet, you fucking weirdo. Why would you do that shit? That's so weird. Now, I understand if this is somebody you hate and you have a personal vendetta against, and so you're just trying to destroy them. Still don't recommend it, but I understand. I can understand hatred and vengeance, right? Like, you know, if you got a hold of footage of Nick Fuentes sucking dick or some shit, I wouldn't break that to the internet. I wouldn't recommend you do it, but if you're somebody who hates white supremacy, I understand it. I understand it. But when you're just being what? Like just this is gross, man. This is to just, oh, I got this random information about this random guy. I just feel like blowing his life up. If you really were concerned, go to his wife. Reach out to his wife and say, hey, you know, it hurts me. It pains me to know that this is happening. Someone brought this information to me. They wanted me to expose it publicly. But I think about how this hurts his wife as well. I mean, it's just so fucking sick, bro. All across it. You don't care about his children. You don't care about his wife. You don't care about how this might even impact the good work that he is doing. Cheating on your wife is not a crime. Does it make you a shitty person? Yes, but it's not a crime. You're not saving anybody. You're not saving the world from anything. So,
I kind of agree and I kind of don't agree because, again, matter of fact, I totally agree, because it'd be one thing if they had a personal beef with Roland Martin and they wanted to destroy him and they put this out. Yes, that would make sense. But otherwise than that, especially with Poetik Flakko trying to present himself as some super duper black person now, nah, this doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense at all. But again, I believe in my heart that that Poetik Flakko, the bozo, did this trying to get into good graces with FBA. That's why he did this. He's trying to show people like, look, FBA, I hate the people y'all hate too. I just don't rock with Tariq. That's all. That's why he's doing this. Super cornballish move. Super cornballish. Like I already saw it. Like when he was like trying to go in on Garfrey. I'm like, you going outside. Going outside. Going outside. Going outside. Oh, you said Neon is good? All right. So salute to you. I'm gonna keep doing the work. Oh, shout out to McKinsley for coming through with the Canadian 2. Whole lot of ones, we the whole lot of nuns any day of the week. Yeah, Roland Martin is Black American, but wait, according to FBA, he's not. Because for all you who don't know, one of Roland Martin's, I think, great grandparents happened to be Haitian. So, because one of his great grandparents happened to be Haitian, he's Haitian, according to FBA. So, you didn't get that right, McKinsley. To regular people, you are right. He's a Black American, Native Black American too. But to the FBA hate cult, he is Haitian. Shout out to you again for coming through with the 2. Make sure y'all shout out McKinsley for coming through with the Canadian 2. Whole lot of ones beat a whole lot of nuns any day of the week.
Oh, if you actually care and wanted something to be done, bring it to his wife. Bring it to his wife and say, hey, I think you should know that this is going on. Let them deal with it. It's a private matter. But I was saying it would be one thing if you just did that. Still already fucking, why the fuck would you do some shit like that? But then when you hear the detail with which Flakko and Tasha K describe this man, the positions he's in, they describe the size of his penis, bro. Bro, what the fuck is that, bro? What the fuck is that? All right. Jesus Christ.
Yes, that's disgusting. That's disgusting. Oh, shout out to Nana for coming through with the $9.99. Much appreciated. Much appreciated for coming through with the $9.99. Much appreciated. And yes, Jason Black is a woman beater. And he also caught a charge for revenge porn. Like, that's what's so crazy about this. These people will follow Tariq Nasheed, a fake pimp, who wrote a book telling people to try to go pimp on. I mean, that if you look at middle school girls, you could tell that they hoes already. So you already know what to do. You should practice your game on high school girls. This is Tariq Nasheed, man. Somebody they following. Jason Black, a woman beater. They follow all these people, and they got no problem following these people who done did all these crazy things. Roland Martin, allegedly, I'm still gonna say allegedly, cheated on his wife, and they act like this is the end all be all when they guilty of the stuff that they were. Like, come on now, you can't make this up. Yeah, but he's definitely a woman beater.
Images were already out and they were describing the images that were already out and that were publicly available, then they may have an argument for that one, I think. But if you're the one breaking it, if you're taking something that was private and making it public, when there was no interest around it to begin with, there needs to be interest around it first. Like it needs to be out first and then you talk about it. But this is going to open them up to like getting sued. I have a very strong feeling there will be a sue. And I mean, this could be expensive. We're talking M's. And so I want to play this clip of Jala on the Tasha K
greed, man. He got greedy.
Program. Tasha K invited him on because after all, he's the one who sent her the tapes.
In the pictures, okay? I give you, without further ado, Poetik Flakko. Welcome to the
Poetik Flakko is so lame, man. I told y'all. Going outside, man. Going outside, man. Can't make this up. Can't make this up. Going outside. Also, family, the Nightbot is right there. Also in the pinned comment. The best way to support the stream, PayPal, Cash App, Venmo. I take it all. Whole lot of ones beat a whole lot of nuns. And you just let me know in the message whether you want me to shout you out or not. Or you want the shout out, but you don't want me to read the amount, or you want me to read your comment out loud, whatever. Best way to support. And 2 days ago, I think 2 people had sent me something. If you're in the building and you want to be known, make sure you like drop a comment so I know to shout you out on the stream. But much appreciated to those who did hit the Cash App. Much appreciated. But yeah, let's keep it going.
Hey, listen, man.
Oh my God. This is so bad. He's throwing his hands up and saying, hey, I mean, this is insane. Now, I'm not going to lie. Jala is looking pretty good. He's looking like he's losing a lot of weight. It looks like he is either doing Ozempic or the surgery was real.
Jala is my
paid $2,500 for the box.
You know, I don't think the surgery was real. I think that he may be on a GLP. And he's looking buff as fuck. Look at these pythons here. He's got the big old...
Oh, man. Yeah, this is like getting kind of rainbow. Shout out to 350-yo in the building. Definitely rainbow. He worse than day room. Like, come on, man. How you gonna go outside? How you gonna do something like this? Yes, Congru, he look like a legit cornball. But yes, he's being a cornball right now. And he looks the part. Disgusting. Oh, shout out to Lord of Slaughter in the building. He's been a member of my channel for 4 months. He's also a moderator, but he's been a member of the channel for 4 months. Everybody shout out Lord of Slaughter for being a member of the channel for 4 months. And family, you can hit that join button and we'll get your own membership too. Yes, the love of fame has caused the downfall of so many people. That's why some of the stuff I be seeing that's be like about people personal life, I don't be covering it. Even though I might know the information to be real or something like that, I don't cover it because you never know where that could go. Like if it's not something about the information, I stay away from it. I stay right away from it. So I could avoid situations like this.
It's like Booker T. And he's got these buff ass pecs and they're eating up his shirt, and the front of his shirt's like stuffed up underneath his pectorals. What? No wonder he's addicted to prostitutes. So Jala's never looked better. Let's keep going.
I feel so honored. Yo, listen.
Yeah, I've been thought that Flakko might be on a GLP-1. Hey, man, if that's what works for you, get that weight down. Go ahead, get it down. You know,
What is that? That's like some type of like Ozempic. That's a surgery. I don't know. Like I don't have no weight issues, so I wouldn't know about getting in shape other than working out. So I have no idea what they talking about. But yeah, we're gonna keep it going.
I'm saying, you know, but anyway.
Listen, man, listen, first of all, I got all the women in my life watch Tasha K. So right now, I'm finally famous. You feel me? I'm finally famous, man. Shout out to all the women in my life, man. I have gotten so much flack, man, but I feel like history has been on my side for being a Tasha K stan, okay?
My Saturday. You ruined my Saturday when I received the photos, and I want us to describe them.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I want to take a second to ask members of the jury to please focus on the humiliating fashion and delivery that this was disseminated. They're describing in detail what's going on in these videos, and they're laughing about it. They're making jokes.
Right.
Thousands of people are laughing and making jokes about it now because of these two. And I just really feel sorry for the family of whoever.
Yeah, man.
What? But anyways, yeah, this is extremely serious. They're going to get sued, and I want to keep going with this. Look, listen to how embarrassing this is for this guy.
Because I don't want people to think, oh no, they're making this up. First of all, I've already spoken to his lawyers.
Yeah.
Okay. His lawyer did say that if anybody posts the pictures and videos, they will be suing.
Yeah.
They do have a case on that. That is called revenge porn. Okay.
Yeah.
So we cannot divulge those videos or those pictures.
Yeah.
But what we can say is that his team told me verbatim, that is him.
Mm-hmm.
Him and his wife are working through it.
So Tasha K says that she was talking personally to this guy Roland's lawyers, and I'm over here like, wait, shouldn't your lawyers be talking to his lawyers?
Right.
Why are you talking to his lawyers?
Yeah,
exactly. Lawyers are supposed to talk to lawyers. If you're talking to a lawyer, and you're not a lawyer, you're in a bad spot. And you got to make sure you are super careful with every word, everything you say. Beyond careful. And even then, I still wouldn't recommend it. Trust me. Talking to a lawyer as you not a lawyer, and they on the opposite side, representing somebody else who's not saying a word, yeah, that ain't good. That ain't good. Shout out to Reg in the building. Yes, Tasha K don't learn. She thinks she learned because she said, oh, I talked to the lawyers and they said that the videos don't come out and this and that. Yeah, she thinks she learned. She didn't learn. She didn't learn. She didn't learn.
I should be very
clearly they were just trying to make sure that the video didn't get leaked by them. And so that's all that was. But if they think that this is over, that Roland is not going to go further and sue, you know, make them pay for this shit, I think that would be very naive. Now, it's possible. I think Roland, like the average Black American Gen Xer, is probably a Christian. There's a possibility that him and his wife, they come together and say, talk to a pastor and be like, well, this was your punishment for stepping out on your wife. This humiliation was the punishment. Don't go after these people. Don't sue them because ultimately you were wrong for stepping out on your wife. And that is true. That is true. So I could see a possibility where he ultimately doesn't sue, but I wouldn't be so sure of that. Okay. I wouldn't rely upon that.
Careful when dealing with a host like Tasha K, who has this tacky show where she just spreads false rumors and gets sued for it and loses. She's bankrupt for getting sued. What the hell is Jala think he's doing?
Yeah.
Is he just trusting that Tasha K and her quote unquote lawyers know what they're doing here? I mean, if they knew what they were doing, why is Tasha K sued into oblivion? Was this the same counsel that gave the okay on the Cardi B stuff that got her sued into bankruptcy? Because I'm curious about that. Or does she think that she's too judgment proof to worry about getting sued for this? She probably thinks that Roland's lawyers are going to tell Roland, like, look, we're not going to get any money. Even if we win, we probably won't get any money out of her. So what's the point in all these attorney's fees to sue when you're not going to get anything out of it? Well, Jala's a different story.
Jala is
paid $2,500 for the box.
He's got $2,500 for the box. I know he's got at least $25 million for the disclosure. So
and you know, it's so.
Oh, shout out to Lorenzo in the building. Yeah, he might sue. Roland Martin might sue. He might sue. Especially because all the bozos, like, you know, all the FBAs is having a field day with this story. and plus he got an issue with his wife. Yeah, somebody got to feel it. Somebody got to feel it. Somebody got to feel it. Shout out to Starbright in the building. Oh, that's what GLP-1 is. Okay. I wouldn't know nothing about that. I recommend people lose weight the old-fashioned way. But no hate if you losing weight that way. I just think, you don't got to worry about no side effects if you do it the old-fashioned way. Shout out to everybody who's losing weight. Shout out to everybody who's trying to gain weight. Shout out to Chocolate Lyric in the building. Lyrics in the building. Yeah, he is low. He is low. Yeah, let's get back to this.
So crazy. Lately, I've noticed Flakko keeps telling people how much money he's making off this YouTube shit, man. He even created an ad for a course he's doing. And in the ad, he was like, I made over $100,000 this month, just broadcasting that you got money. That is one way to increase the likelihood that somebody will sue you if you ever do them wrong is letting people know how much money you're bringing in, man.
Well, oh, definitely. Like, because Tasha K is bankrupt, but Poetik Flakko, you definitely got the bag. You got the bag. That's why I always keep telling y'all about all these YouTubers. Do not let none of them fool you like they just regular people. They may have started out as regular people, but once they blow, they not regular people no more. They making like 6 figures a month. Easy. 6 figures a month, easy, off YouTube. Easy. Without even trying. Yeah.
Seen those pictures, but now I'll be real, as a man, I did not know that penis got that small.
This is the fucking weirdo shit that I was talking about, man.
Come on. Yeah, this is crazy, man. Like, what is this? Like, you sound like one of the people was commenting on Diddy tape. Like, come on now. I'm talking about the Diddy tape. Oh, shout out to Naps in the building. Oh, Naps, I didn't forget about the thing you sent me. You just know I was just like, I wasn't doing nothing on YouTube. I haven't been on here, like, live streams or nothing for like a week. I just been like, not feeling good. But shout out to you for sending me that. Let's see. Yes, that's a fact. Jason Black does revenge porn, and Roland Martin is a victim of revenge porn. And it's so funny that people would rather roll with a perpetrator, a scumbag who did that to a woman, over a black man who had that done to him. Can't make this up. All these dudes is gender warriors who always got something bad to say about black women no matter what. But now magically a black woman does a black man wrong, allegedly, because again, I haven't seen this or whatever the case may be. And they siding with the perpetrator. Of course he would say that. He wants that to be the case. He wants it to be, they want Roland Martin to be gay so bad. They want him to be gay so bad, it's disgusting. They want him to be gay so they could try to slide into his DMs. That's what it all come down to. Like, I heard Tariq Nasheed call Roland Martin a big glazed honey bun before, looking like a big glazed honey bun. Tariq said that before.
Listen, now I wanted to tell people this. This is obviously a medical condition.
It's massive compared to Roland Martin's. Yo, Diddy no.
What the fuck is this, man? Now he's comparing Roland's penis to Diddy's penis. Bro, nigga, that's what the fuck is wrong with this guy, man? What the fuck is that?
Oh, man. Like, if you got a woman who can tolerate you for 21 years and you got that, the least you owe her is some type of loyalty, bro. You got no business stepping out if you got that.
So Jala is describing and ridiculing this guy's body and compromising sexual position.
That's also another insane thing for Flakko to be body shaming Roland Martin. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's insane for obvious reasons. I don't got to spell it out for you. But is like what acts does he have to grind with Roland Martin? I mean, I get that you think it's shitty for a guy to cheat on his wife. No doubt about that. I think
Roland, he does not care about Roland Martin cheating on his wife. He just wants to attack Roland Martin because, again, he's trying to get back into the good graces of FBA. That's what this is about. Roland Martin is FBA enemy number one. He was doing this so he could get some shout outs from FBA, so he could show that, oh, I'm really down with y'all. Look, I exposed Roland Martin. He a hating tether. You know, I don't like the tethers neither. I just didn't. Only reason I talk bad about Tariq is because I felt like he went too far with that African boycott. Otherwise than that, yeah, you know, I don't like the tethers neither. You know, I respect foundational Black Americans all the way. I'm a good ally.
I think it's shitty for a guy to cheat on his wife. And you know, if I came into possession of a video of that sort, you know, guys, I can't even promise you that I'd reach out to his wife. You know, I would just I wouldn't even. It was like when that chick reached out to me to talk about ABBA. You know, it's I ain't trying. You know, in Jamaica we have a saying, right? It's saying, you know, if you know, see nothing, you know, hear nothing, you will live a long life. Something like that. You know, it's been a while since I've heard it, but it's something like that. It's essentially, it's like, mind your own fucking business. You know what I mean?
Whoa. DJ Academics got a sex tape out? That's crazy. You know how out the loop I am? I don't even know Academics had a sex tape. Yes, bussy is Tariq's favorite word, but his new favorite word is punk. That's how you say it, punk. That's his new favorite word. Punk. That's his new favorite word.
It's one thing if children are getting hurt. It's one thing if innocent people are getting hurt and taken advantage of, right? But if that's the case, guess what? You could bring shit to the police. If it's not the kind of shit that is worth bringing to the police, I'm just like, bro, mind your fucking business. You know what I'm saying?
Didn't he just, you know what? I want to point something out here. Didn't Jala recently try
But if you were going to do anything, you know, talk to his wife, send her an email or whatever the fuck. Just be like, hey, you know, just passing this along, I guess, if you're going to do anything.
Munchie B put in jail for revenge corn, and now Jala's doing the same thing. What? This is the same thing. He's making content out of someone's revenge corn.
Munchie B has harassed me. He has posted revenge corn of me.
And just because he's not showing it, Munchie didn't show any private areas either. He just showed a photo that was taken in a private setting that had a reasonable expectation of privacy. And Jala tried to have Munchie B's freedom taken away because of that. And now Jala's doing the same thing.
What? I don't want my daughters growing up and having to read articles.
Whoa. I did not know that. Poetik Flakko tried to have somebody locked up. Not only did you try to have somebody locked up, you try to have them locked up for revenge corn, for showing a picture of you. No, nothing, you know, sexual, just a picture of you in a room somewhere, and you know where that picture came from, and you try to have him locked up for that, and you doing this to Roland Martin? You that sensitive? And then you doing this to Roland Martin? Oh yeah, Poetik Flakko definitely a bozo. Definitely a bozo. Definitely a bozo. Shout out to Kanguru for coming through. Oh yes, that might be the saying. Walk and live, talk and bumbleclad dead.
And see a narrative that I engage in revenge corn, and I'm responsible for exploiting, intimidating, and profiting off of this woman. Is not gonna happen. Hey, listen, man.
Let me pull the pictures up and I'm gonna.
I mean, you can't be this greedy, man. You can't. This nigga making so much money off of the Nolan Wells situation, the Chud the Builder situation, right? And I'm not saying that that's immoral or anything. I make money talking about shit as well. I'm just saying it's like you're putting out fucking 4 or 5 videos a day. Your videos are cracking 100,000 views consistently. You done broadcasted, you making 6 figures a month minimum. And that's just off of AdSense, right? He also selling this YouTube course and all of this shit. It's like you can't need money that bad, man, that you gonna air out this nigga business for what?
This wasn't about no money. I'm telling you, he didn't expect to make no money off this. This was about trying to getting back good with FBA. That's what this was about. Trying to get some street cred with FBA. That's what this is about. This wasn't about no money. Like, think about it. Like you said, he could have made way more money just making Chud the Builder videos. I bet you Poetik Flakko could drop a Chud the Builder video today just called Poetik Flakko Ethers Chud the Builder, where he just called Chud the Builder names for 10 minutes straight, and he'll make more money off that video than he make off any video he did against Roland Martin. And he knows this. This wasn't about no money. This was not about no money.
That's weird, man.
I'm going to describe the pictures as I'm looking at them, but I have the right to do that, so I'm not legally doing anything that's illegal. I've already talked with my lawyers as well.
These
So, but
sick,
we
though.
still gonna talk about it. So the pictures are, hold on real quick. Make sure we got almost 7,000 people in here, guys.
Yeah.
Please make sure you are liking this video. Please,
Absolutely.
okay?
So she's asking for engagement in return for this content. So she's using this man's body, this man's the darkest hour of his life to promote her business.
And then he has, of course, hair, and then he has on a G-string, but it has a cuff. And I thought it was leopard print at first, but it looks like army fatigue or money. Diamonds in it. He got fur pillows. His legs is like this.
Peep the leg position too. Peep the leg position. That's somebody
is like this.
Wide open.
She's inserted like
To leverage that booty up a little bit more so she could get inside faster.
put it like this. He was
So they claiming that she was digging in he tooted up so she could dig in his butt. Like, see, this is why Roland Martin should sue them. Cause now y'all throwing all kind of extras on it. Y'all throwing all kind of extras on it. Y'all claiming that like something like, you know, something rainbow was going on in the video. Like that there was something rainbow about to happen. Y'all ain't even saying y'all saw something rainbow happen. Y'all said y'all saw him position like he wanted something rainbow to happen. See? Throwing mad extras on it. That again, this don't make no sense. Why are you doing this? You not only showing that you exposing that he cheated on his wife, but now you trying to make it seem like there was some blade activity happening without saying that you saw that. Because again, you didn't say you saw him doing something rainbow, but you trying to allude to the fact that maybe he wanted something rainbow. Yeah, this ain't about no money. Yeah, this was not about no money. This is about trying to get in good with FBA.
in birthing position.
You know, the more I look at the Jala,
Yeah,
the
and
more
you
I
see,
get...
and that's the thing, bro. And this is what I mean with the fucking homophobia, how that also damages the black community. Because Flakko, in his mind, just off of him saying that, he thinks that he can get away with doing something that a lot of black people, black men, I think would think is incredibly like corny, weirdo behavior, because in this alleged video, Roland Martin is moving suspect, right?
Exactly. I know I wasn't bugging. They didn't say he actually did anything rainbow in the video. They said he was moving like he was rainbow. That's what I'm talking about. That's corny. You trying to allude to this brother being a blade. You didn't say he did anything bladish. You didn't say you saw something. You ain't see no man. You ain't seen him asking no woman to hit him with no strap. None of that. But you sitting here alluding to that's kind of what he wanted. This was not about no money. This is about trying to impress FBA. You sitting here making it juicy. Pause. You sitting up here adding all this extra stuff. Shout out to Starbright for the coming through with the 200 joules. Sunshine, you already know. 200 joules is good. Is good as far as I'm concerned. I don't even know what the joules do, but I appreciate them. Shout out to Lorenzo, you said. Oh, ill. When did this happen? So DJ Academic's sex tape leaked. Adam talking about his meat. Cuck 22 talking about his meat. And Poetik Flakko was defending it. But now you are here roasting another man meat. And you using another man meat to roast another man meat. Because you said, oh, you thought Diddy's was small. You should see Roland Martin's. Like, come on now. Disgusting. Disgusting.
Because he's in some kind of a man thong, getting allegedly, having things done to his body that would be described as suspect by the average black person, black man especially, but black people in general, women as well. He thinks that, okay, so people won't really be mad at me about this shit because I'm exposing that this nigga low-key kind of gay. He like it when chicks playing his booty. Like if this was just a video of him, you know what I'm saying, hitting some chick from the back, vanilla, classic, normal, typical kind of sex, maybe Flakko doesn't make this video.
Nah, Flakko makes this video. He makes this video. The whole point of this video, again, was to humiliate Roland Martin and to try to get in good with FBA. He makes this video. He makes this video.
You know what I'm saying? I think a part of him felt emboldened to do this because of the compromised position that Roland is in the video. You know what I'm saying?
Scared that his face and his neck area and his head is all going to shrink and his body's going to stay the same.
What? Jala is my real name.
So, so Jala not only went on Tasha K and did this, he also did this on his own platform.
His head is hitting the backboard. His arms is like spread out. He has his left leg sitting up. He has his other leg laid towards the side. As the woman Shakola is in between his, like she's laying sideways in between his legs. She has two fingers going in his butthole as the other finger is stroking his genitalia. And the good brother Roland Martin, he's taking it like a G.
So Jala.
Whoa. So there was some penetration. And again, even if there was, pause. You sat there and watched it, and you said he was taking it like a G? Ew. Pause. He was taking it like a G? You just heard what he said? He was taking it like a G. Shout out to McKinsley for the double up for coming through with the 5. Yes, this is disgusting. I gotta rewind that though. Because I guess it might have been more than one video. That's why. Because again, I think he was talking about what he was talking about with Tasha K was something else. So yeah, it might have been more than one video, but we got to bring that back.
In the backboard, his arms is like spread out. He has his left leg sitting up. He has his other leg laid towards the side. As the woman Shakola is in between his, like she's laying sideways in between his legs. She has two fingers going in his butthole as the other finger is stroking his genitalia. And the good brother Roland Martin, he's taking it like a G.
So Jala and Tasha K, I think.
You see, he's clowning the whole homo. He's trying to do the homophobia thing. The whole, you know, that, oh, this nigga gay, so it's funny. It's goof.
That's crazy. Taking it like a G. You heard what Poetik Flakko said? First of all, you're not even supposed to have been watching that whole video. If anything, you supposed to have sent that video to a girl to watch once you thought you saw something that might have been rainbow. That's one thing. And once you confirm you saw something rainbow or something that you believe to be rainbow, that was supposed to be it. You sitting there watching it, and then you like, whoa, he taking it like a G. He taking it like a G. I bet you Poetik Flakko beat his meat to that video. How much you want to bet Poetik Flakko beat his meat to that video? How much you want to bet? Who want to bet me? Poetik Flakko beat his meat to that video. Pause, man. Taking it like a G.
Fee. This shit is so corny, dude.
Believe that they aren't going to have anything to worry about as far as a defamation claim because this guy's a public figure, and it would be very, very difficult for him to prove defamation as a public figure. So I think that they think that that's all they need to worry about.
Now, we're not in a business to, slander you or defame you.
That's exactly what you're doing. You slandering and defaming somebody. Mackenzie, you owe me $20 because Poetik Flakko definitely beat his meat to it. The fact that he even described it as him taking it like a G, he spanked to that video. Like, ooh, Roland, I didn't know you could take it like that. Ooh, you was taking them fingers. Ooh, you was taking it like a G. I could only imagine what else you could take. Yeah, you owe me $20. I don't even know why you even did that to yourself. Shout out to Percy in the building. Salute. Ayo is right. Exactly. G equals FBA. Taking it like a FBA. Crazy work. Crazy work. They trying to say Roland Martin was taking it like a FBA. Roland Martin was taking it like a FBA. You already know, because this is crazy. Again, I didn't even know nothing about none of this. Because like I said, I just heard about something about Roland Martin. I didn't look at it or nothing. But now I'm seeing this, and I know that Poetik Flakko broke this. Yeah, I'm done with Poetik Flakko. And taking it like a G, aka taking it like a FBA. He more than enjoyed the show. He enjoyed himself. He had to relieve himself. Yes, you are totally right, Hood Mistress. NC-17. NC-17. Shout out to Laughing Like Saget in the building. Yeah, we disowning Poetik Flakko. He out of here. He faded out of Liberia, man. He is faded. He is faded, bro. He is faded. He is faded. Taking it like a FBA. And he was watching it like a FBA too. Shout out to Mackenzie for coming through with the 20 Canadian. I was just joking, bro. I was just joking. I wasn't even serious. But again, salute and shout out to you for the Canadian 20. Everybody make sure y'all shout out Mackenzie for coming through with the Canadian 20. This is a triple up. Much appreciated. Yeah, this is crazy. I'm going to have to take a bath in some holy water too. They saying that they talked to Roland Martin's lawyer, and Roland Martin's lawyer said that the video is real and not to put it out or they're going to sue him. So based on what they saying, they talked to Roland Martin's lawyer, and he did say that the video is real, and that is definitely Roland Martin. Shout out to Afro Royalty. He definitely might be. I think he just, yeah, he's definitely FBA in it. FBA in it. He watching Roland allegedly take it like a FBA. And he was gunning it to the video like a FBA. Definitely. I think I heard of that person before. And I'm pretty sure she is crazy. Pretty sure. Pretty sure. I like you said she batshit crazy. I'm jacking that. Because I definitely think I heard of that name before, or I saw a video to it, and it didn't make any sense. Like, that's crazy. Taking it like a FBA. But let's get back to this.
Or make up things about you, but we can run our story the way we want to run our story, because I don't pay into no journalism society.
But what they may have overlooked is this this other tort, which is public disclosure of private facts. And this was highly, I'm offended by this, by the way. And I'm not sure what Jala was thinking.
Yeah, I don't know. In what world do you think that you can get away with this shit? That you can just acquire private information about people that isn't relevant to anybody in any way and just broadcast it in such a grotesque, humiliating fashion. Again, this would be an entire, if this was just a person saying, hey, this person is unfaithful to their wife, and he just left it at that. I have it on good information that Roland Martin has been cheating on his wife with a hooker. If you have actual concrete evidence of that and it's true, then that's a public figure and it's true. You can't get sued for defamation. You can do that kind of thing. Again, I still think it's corny. It's goofy. I would never do no shit like that. Right? But you know what I'm saying? That'd be one thing. But then you get into talking about this, you know, oh, you laying on his back and she doing this to him and his penis is this small. And now you're trying to humiliate the man. And
that's a fact. And that's another thing too. Well, when I be having certain information and I talk about it, I talk about it, but I never really like show the evidence. I show as much as I can, but I don't really go too hard on it because, again, I'm not opening myself up to be sued. Like when I proved that Tariq voted, people was like, oh, show us the step by step, play by play, how you got this. No, I'm not doing that. That's out. You said she's a Hebrew Israelite. Well, that name looked familiar, but I might be confusing her with somebody else because I don't associate Hebrew Israelitism with that name. So I got to look into that. Shout out to you for that. Shout out to Reef in the building. Yeah, I'm not gonna call them rainbows no more, because you know a rainbow is a godly symbol. So yeah, we not gonna care. I can't be calling them rainbows. Oh, salute to President Jafar in the building. Yeah, salute. This is getting out of control. Like, who is this? Wait, somebody said. I don't know what this is about, but I'm about to put you on timeout. I don't even know what that's about. Yes, it definitely is a sign of peace.
Put out information that is unnecessary. And it does seem as if that does open you up to, being sued, right? Right? Public disclosure. So y'all let me know what you think in the comment section down below, man. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, this was disgusting. Poetik Flakko moving like a FBA, watching allegedly Roland Martin take it like a FBA, and he was gunning his thing like a FBA to it. Disgusting. Oh, you've been battling the FBAs on Twitter? I'm supposed to be doing Twitter Spaces. I gotta make time for that though. I gotta definitely do the Twitter Spaces. Nah, he's just pandering. He got no issue with Roland Martin. He's just pandering. Yeah, he's just pandering. Oh, that's good. Yeah, FBA is a white nationalist psyop and a hate cult. That's why they do what they do. Exactly, President Jafar. But yeah, we got to get off this. Matter of fact, I want to go to something a little bit more serious. Because while Poetik, Flakko, and all these other bozos was covering this, I want this situation with Roland Martin. I want to cover this real quick. Shout out to everybody in the building. This is Vaush. I didn't watch this video, but I know it is some real deal anti-blackness going on. And we all know Vaush is the least anti-black lefty. So let's see what he got to say about this. Because I think this is in reference to James Clyburn's interview with Vaush. But let's go.
This is heavily connected to Haley Stevens' campaign because Jim Clyburn just endorsed her. Jim Clyburn is one of the great villains of the Democratic Party, an architect of the...
Oh, for you don't know, she just lost. Haley Stein just lost. And he's calling him one of the great villains. I said Roland Martin, excuse me. James Clyburn is not a villain. James Clyburn is a hero. He's a hero to black people, too. A big hero, one of the most important black people to live in the last 500 years. And of course, a lefty hates him. Of course.
The employment of IDPOL as a way of distracting from real issues. This
look, he said he's one of the great villains for employing IDPOL. For all you don't know, IDPOL means identity politics. To distract away from real issues. So black people, because remember, what does identity politics mean? It means your identity drives your politics. James Clyburn is black. He puts black people's issues first and foremost. So a black man raised in the South, South Carolina, an old black man who was alive during Jim Crow, who saw white people at their worst, at one of their worst, grew up, became one of the most powerful people ever to enter Congress, and he uses that power to put black people's issues first, is a villain because he's distracting from real issues. So black people being able to live decently in America is a fake issue. Black people want to make sure that they can live decently in this country is a fake issue, and it's distracting from the real issues. What is the real issue? What is the real issue? What is black people making sure that they live decently in America distracting from? Because the black people I know all advocate for things that help everybody. Remember, black people are the most progressive group in America, bar none. Black people have done the most to make sure everybody has rights in this country. No other group has done this. And when black people put their issues forward, they also put everybody else's issues forward. And we defend everybody else's issues. Nobody else in this country does that. But somehow, us focusing on our issues, again, not taking away from nobody else's, because what issue that Vaush think is a real issue that is being taken away from by black people focusing on their issue? Like that got to be explained. Inquiring minds want to know. The real thing is, you lefties got this fantasy in your head. Y'all want to have this broad coalition with racist white people. Because again, the Democratic Party has the biggest political coalition in American history. Who's missing from the coalition? Racist white people who live in flyover country. These are the people that the lefties like Vaush want to be in community with. These are the people that they want to be in community with, and they feel like black people are stopping it. Because again, the reason why a bunch of these racist white people don't want to vote Democrat, don't care about your lefty issues, is because they racist against black people. So you want black people to basically be shut up about our issue and allow a bunch of racists to come in and push our issues to the side, at best, actively work to try to destroy our rights, at worst. For what? So you can be in coalition with a bunch of racist white people and y'all can advocate for what? Medicaid for all? Like we couldn't do that without the racism? Like, come on now. Disgusting. Can't make this up. Exactly. All politics is identity. But somehow it's a problem. It's a problem when it comes to black people. So black people caring about black issues is somehow distracting from real issues. If I was to say that about gay people, he would think that's not right. If I was to say that about Muslims and Palestinians, like, hey, you guys keep talking about Palestinians, you're distracting from the real issues. What does Palestine have to do with America? By you talking about Palestine the whole last election cycle, that possibly cost Kamala Harris the election, which let Donald Trump get in there, who made life worse for all Americans. Every Palestinian could have died in Palestine, and that wouldn't have affected America not one bit. Donald Trump becoming president affected the whole country and made life worse for not only all Americans, but people all around the globe. There are hundreds of thousands of people already dead right now all around the world because Donald Trump became president. So all this crying about Palestine, was that not distracting from the real issues of America? You see how easy somebody could have flipped that on him and all these other lefties, but if you was to do that, you would be bad, you would be wrong.
Back to the Congressional Black Caucus, which is it's exactly what it sounds like. Look, I've talked about this a lot before. I've talked about like idpol as a weapon here. The important thing is that, as I've said many, many, many times,
and look, he's focusing on the Congressional Black Caucus. What about the Congressional Hispanic Caucus or the Congressional Hispanic Conference or the Asian Pacific Islander Caucus? What about, don't they have a women's caucus? Don't they have like an LGBT caucus and all this other stuff? But somehow it's the Black Caucus that's the problem. It's the black, for somehow, some way, black people are the problem.
Issues. Identity politics has been weaponized by the capital class in an effort to distract people from more fundamental issues.
No, matter of fact, that's correct. But it's not against black people. It's white people. Remember, white people stopped voting for the Democratic Party has never won a white majority since 1968 to now. Why did the majority of white people stop voting for the Democratic Party? Identity politics. Remember, white people created identity politics. White people vote based on white, not based on economics. The Democratic Party built the largest middle class in world history. The biggest beneficiaries of that were white people. Never in like the last 100 years have the Republicans had better economic policies than the Democrats. In fact, in the 70s, their economic policies got worse. But somehow white people always vote for them. You know why? Because they put their identity of being white and being racist above their own economic self-interest. But somehow, some way, black people caring about their identity to protect themselves from racist white identity is the problem. Not racist white people. Not racist white people. That's why I keep telling y'all, it's horseshoe theory. The left, these lefties is just as much the enemies as conservatives. They just as much the enemy. When you listen to them talk, they say the same exact thing about black people. It's just that they say it differently. But in the final equation, it leads you to the same position. Because I don't get this. White people started identity politics. That was created by white people. White people are the biggest pushers of identity politics. White people have literally thrown everything away just to be racist against black people. Everything. And again, you know, this is like, we done heard Vaush and others speak about this. This is like, when they talk about this before, that's just a way to try to bring black people in on their side. So they could be their foot soldiers. But it was never about genuine love and being in solidarity with you or anything like that. Never.
we've talked about this a lot in relation to like worker politics, right? The existence of slaves in America, black slaves, we brought them from Africa, and then they, had sex and had kids here, whatever. Like their existence has been used as a wedge, not only against their own well-being, but against the well-being of the white working class for.
And whose fault is that? Whose fault is that? That's white people's fault. White people are the ones allowing that to be the case. Because you can't do that with black people. How many other immigrants were brought into America to be workers to replace black people, but you never seen black people engage in this type of behavior where it's like, well, I'm going to vote against my own economic interest because I hate this other group so much. When have you ever seen black people do this? You never seen black people do this. So it's our fault that white people are so racist that they allow a bunch of people who don't mean them no economic mean them no economic. What's a good phrase to use this? Do this. I'm just gonna say no good. They mean them no good economically, right? They mean them no good economically, but they use their hatred against of black people to get them to go against their own economic interests. And somehow black people sticking up for themselves in that environment is the actual problem. It's the actual problem. It's the actual problem. Yes, you can email me. Shout out to everybody in the building.
As long as America has existed. The most obvious examples of this are the competition between sharecroppers and free non-sharecropping farmers. The fact that sharecroppers were subjected to incredibly exploitative employment terms meant that you could undercut non-sharecropping farmers. In the North, unions were busted in part due to a widespread propaganda campaign from capital owners that the white working class should not bump shoulders with blacks, Irish, Italians, and so on when forming unions, that it denigrated the ability for white workers to negotiate for their well-being and for their pay raises by joining organizations that were so low they would accept blacks, Italians, Irish, so on and so forth. The most common modern version of this is the complaint that Hispanics are taking our jobs, when if wages are low, it's because the capital class is not paying you enough. Always, racism has been a specter weaponized by the capital class in order to serve their interests. The Congressional Black Caucus has done this to a large extent as well, as part of a long-running and...
Look at this. So now the Congressional Black Caucus, he's going to let him talk, but he's saying that the Congressional Black Caucus is the same as a bunch of racists, a bunch of capitalists who weaponize racism to do what? Like, how is the Congressional Black Caucus the same? They are living in that environment that is being created by white people, and they're fighting against it. They're fighting against it. Like, again, this would not be said about no other group. Like, imagine there was rich people who got straight people to vote against their own economic well-being by using homophobia. And then all the gay people got together and in that environment and they made political decisions based on their gayness. Nobody would have a problem with it. Nobody would make it seem like they somehow co-equal to the homophobes. None of that. None of that. Yeah, you could send it. Send it. Yeah, email me. Send it. Are you stupid? Do you even know what a shield is? We got another FBA bozo in the building. See, you FBA bozos are disgusted. You have empowered and emboldened people like Vaush. These lefties who are anti-black. You gave them power over black people. You put black people in a losing position. You are responsible for 160 years worth of progress and struggle going up in smoke. People like you. People like you. We got to sit here and watch this. Watch this type of talk. And again, this type of talk is only going to get more prevalent. More prevalent. Okay, I guess I gotta block you. You said your emotions show your weakness. See, this is again, this is because you bozos is stuck in 2010, in the 2010s. You're stuck in the 2010s. This is another thing I keep saying about the FBA bozos. They think it's still 2016. It's 2026. Those 2010s arguments don't work, where you just sit around and say, well, somebody, oh, you raise your voice while you're talking. That means you're showing emotion, which means you're emotional, which means your whole argument has been invalidated. I win. This is not the 2010s. This is not the 2010s, bozo. This is not the 2010s. Let me get you out of here. I knew it. You was FBA. Stupid. And it's people like you, the reason why people like Vaush have power over us right now. It's people like you. Can't make this up. People like you. All right, I'm gonna drop it in the comment section. But yeah, people like you. People like you can't make this up. Gave these people all the power over us. Mind you, we didn't even get to the video. He's talking about how a candidate that Jim Clyburn just endorsed lost. That is another loss for black people. That is another loss for black people. Another one. Another loss for black people. Again, this is ridiculous. Let me just keep it going. No, I don't remember getting your email, Visionary.
Very recently hyped up campaign to try to psyop Black American voters into being anti-Palestine and pro-Israel.
Look at this. Trying to psyop black voters. So he's claiming that the Congressional Black Caucus use identity politics to try to psyop black people into being anti-Palestinian and pro-Israel. Mind you, Palestinians are super racist and they are anti-black. Palestinians are so racist that they discriminate against black people in Palestine. Oh, think about all the stuff Palestinians are going through, but they still make time to discriminate against black people. I'm from New York. I know Palestinians. I never met a Palestinian who ain't have something anti-black to say. The only time they don't express their anti-blackness is when they're trying to soak up clout on a black issue. That's a fact. That's a fact. Shout out to Jay for coming through with the 10 and the double up. Talking about they try to psyop us when the black people were the ones pushing the real solution. I mean, the best case scenario. Voting for Kamala Harris was the best case scenario for all involved. Because if Kamala Harris had been elected, what was going on in Gaza would have stopped by now, and it would not have spread to the West Bank. Because we all paying attention to Iran, something else that wouldn't have happened if Kamala Harris had won. But right now, Israel is going in all in on the West Bank. There's not going to be a Palestine to have a two-state solution or anything like that when Trump is out of office. So somehow black people got psyoped. Mind you, Trump was running on anti-blackness. Trump ran one of the most anti-black campaigns in modern American history. Trump was pushing Project 2025. Project 2025, one of the most anti-black white papers written in modern American history. How did black people get psyoped by saying we don't want that guy to win? So black people was to do what the lefties said. What was the lefties' plan? Boycott the Democrats. Boycotting the Democrats leads to Trump being in office. Trump has literally sent black people back to Jim Crow. So we supposed to stay in solidarity and let ourselves be sent back to Jim Crow. Jim Crow. To do what? To make sure the Democrats lose? How does that benefit the Palestinians? It doesn't. Life has gotten worse for the Palestinians. How does that benefit us? It doesn't. Life has gotten worse for black people. What this sense does this make? They tried to psyop us into So black people caring about black issues is a psyop to make us anti-Palestinian. This is beyond disgusting. Beyond disgusting. Beyond disgusting. You can't make this up. We got a troll in the building. Let me get you out of here. Cause I'm hot. Shout out to Con the Great for coming through with the 200 jewels. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. You like you can't make this up. So we've been psyoped because again, the best case scenario is the scenario that black people was pushing. Not only was it the best case scenario for black people, it was the best case scenario for everybody. There are hundreds of thousands of people who are dead right now who would still be alive if people had listened to black people. You lefties have blood on your hand. The funny part is you lefties have Palestinian blood on your hand. Because when Trump was running against Hillary in 2016, one of the things people brought up was the fact that one of Trump's biggest donors was donating to him like, hey, make sure you move the capital to Jerusalem. That was one of the reasons. Can't you, like, you don't care about the Palestinians. The Palestinians is just a political football to y'all. Like, come on now. Psyoped us into being anti-Palestinian, being pro-Israel. Saying, hey, so supporting Kamala Harris is somehow being pro-Israel, but somehow letting Trump win, who is the Israeli candidate of choice, is not being pro-Israel. Who's literally fighting a war for Israel. We are literally at war with Iran right now. A war that could possibly get so big that there might need to be a draft.
How many times have you guys seen some version of a black Democratic moderate on social media say, why should I care about the Palestinians? What have they done for us?
Never happened. Never happened. Never happened. Never happened. Tell me, how many times have you seen a black moderate Democrat? In fact, the only people I even seen talking something like that were black people who don't even bang with the Democratic Party. You never saw nobody in the Democratic Party talking like that. In fact, there were black people who was pointing out the Palestinian racism against black people. Because again, it was black people saying, hey, we do care about the Palestinians. And what's the best case scenario for the Palestinians? A vote for Kamala. Nobody to this day can refute that. Ask somebody who claims black people were being anti-Palestinian to say who had the best policy for the Palestinians. Yes or no? Was it Trump or Kamala? Talking about black person said, why should we care? That never happened. And if it did happen, so what? Imagine asking black people to sacrifice 160 years of progress in this nation for a group of people who live like 5,000 miles away who wouldn't piss on black people if they was on fire. A group of people so racist against black people that even though they're going through all the stuff that they're going through, they still make time to discriminate against black people. They still make time to discriminate against black people. It's even when black people go to help Palestinians in these aid organizations, they got to make sure they tell a black person, yeah, you might get called a nigger. You might get called a monkey. You got to go to the back. People might not want to take stuff out of your hand. How many times not even just the Palestinians, all around the world, black people show up to help people, and we got to take that type of disrespect. And if somebody just even points out that disrespect, then somehow the black people are saying, why should we help? Disgusting. This is nonsense. 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 And again, what if somebody black said that? What if somebody black said, hey, I don't want to sacrifice myself in America for Palestinians? See, you can say that, Vaush, because again, you're rich. You're a rich white man. This stuff doesn't affect you. In fact, I just saw a video earlier. I didn't watch it, but Vaush is leaving America. So you help advocate to bring this evil into power in America, and you can't even stand on it. You're leaving. So what are you going to do? You're going to be in Europe somewhere or Canada streaming, getting American money, crying about what's going on in America, how terrible it is, and what advocating for other people to fight while you live in Europe, while you're out the country. While you're out the country.
I've seen it quite a few times. I think oftentimes these people are paid agitators, but not always. The reason why they're not always paid agitators is because there's been an enormous propaganda campaign to try to turn Black Democratic voters into a all or nothing wedge candidate issue against which all other minority concerns are secondary.
That's not true. And even if it was true, so what? Like, again, this is a lie. You can never show me that Black people have ever advocated for something that only helps them and don't help nobody else, or stuff that helps Black people at the expense of other people. That's a lie. You made that up. Everybody else only even has rights because of Black people. And all these other groups make it their business to shit on Black people. Anti-Blackness is global. Anti-Blackness is throughout every community in this country. Anti-Blackness run deep throughout all these communities. All of them. So again, Black people, you are somehow trying to say Black people are wrong for caring about Black issues. And again, you're lying. You're lying. This is a lie. You can't back up nothing you're saying. This is a lie. Like, even if it was true, it wouldn't even be bad. But it's not true.
This is made most obvious, in my opinion, in a recent statement from a lovely representative from the South Carolina Democratic Party. Hey, who knows what I'm about to talk about? Does anyone know? Who here knows what I'm about to talk about? I was scathing when I saw this. I was like grinding my teeth when I saw this. Knowers in the chat? Are there any knowers in the chat? Crockett, I said South Carolina, you fucking idiot. Pay attention to the words that I say. For reasons I'm not.
And look how he talks to his audience. That's why you know the lefties are a bunch of dogs. Weak dogs. Imagine letting this guy talk crazy to you like that.
Going to get into right now because it's a little bit complicated. The gist of it is that the Democratic Party was determining what order to do its primaries in what states, for the 2028 presidential election. And we went with South Carolina first, even though South Carolina is not a swing state and is not broadly diverse in a way that represents the broader American population. There's a whole bunch of complicated arguments for and against this, but I'm going to boil it down to the statement made from South Carolina Democratic Party Chairwoman Christale Spain. Because the argument was, should South Carolina be first? Or should Nevada be first? Here is the argument that...
Again, I'm the GOAT. Because remember what I told people. I said, if Kamala loses this election, they're going to try to move the Democratic primary out of South Carolina. And if they do that, it's done. They have officially bumped Black people out the rotation completely. We not even in the whip no more. Forget the driver's seat. We're not in the whip. This is the last piece that I told people that they got to get to officially depower Black people. For the lefties to officially take the party over, they got to get the primary out of South Carolina. They got to get it out of South Carolina. Shout out to McKinsley for coming through with the 5. Exactly. That's my point, McKinsley. That's my point. Imagine asking Black people to, and that goes for both ways. Imagine some Israeli asking Black people to sacrifice themselves for Israel when we know how Israel treat Black Jews. Imagine a Palestinian asking Black people to sacrifice themselves for Palestine when we know how Palestinians treat Black Palestinians. Imagine any group asking Black people to sacrifice themselves for them when we know how all these groups treat Black people. And still, we put forth the best solution possible for everybody. for everybody. Through it all. Through it all. You said, have I studied the other groups? The other groups' contributions are minuscule. I'm not dumb. It'll be like 3 people who will be in a black group, not even in a black group, who will say, yeah, I support what those black people are doing. And then all the other people from the community 20 years later are try to ride, act like that was them. We're not stupid. That's the same thing white people do. White people live vicariously through one white person who did the right thing while the other 99% of the white population did the wrong thing. We're not dumb. Seeing that play that other groups try to use with black people is the same play that white people try to use. Majority of white people anti-black, but somehow, some way, the majority of white people always try to identify with the handful of white people who weren't anti-black and look back on it like somehow, some way, everybody was pro Jim Crow. The majority of white people pro Jim Crow, but if you talk to white people today, the majority of them would have been on the side that was anti-Jim Crow, even though they're currently voting for Donald Trump. Like, we're not stupid. What the hell does that have to do with anything? You must be, you're not even black. You're not even black. So we're going to get you out of here. You're not even black. Oh my God. You're not even black. But yeah, back to this. Back to the issue at hand. Let's keep it going about South Carolina.
She made, and this is going to become like relevant in a second, okay? If Nevada gets elevated over South Carolina, it would be because of their Latino vote. So you would be telling black voters that you matter less than brown voters. And I refuse to believe that our party wants to send any type of message like that. Now,
which is a fact. It is a fact. Black people are the backbone of the Democratic Party. Nobody, again, if any other group did for the Democratic Party what black people did for the Democratic Party, nobody would have a problem with that group being the ones who picked the candidate. Nobody would have an argument about this. Like, imagine other groups who don't do as much for the Democratic Party thinking they have the right to have a say-so of who should be the Democratic primary candidate for president. The only reason we even had Democrats elected to office is because of black people. Obama won twice because of black people. Biden won because of black people. So why should black people, who are the ones making sure that the Democrats win by coming out 90+% for the Democrats, why shouldn't we pick the candidate? Why should other groups who do not support the Democratic Party the way we support the Democratic Party, who are not Democrats the way we are Democrats, pick the candidate and not us? Because this is what I'm saying too. When I told y'all, I said if they move it out of South Carolina, black people don't get to pick the candidate. It's a wrap. It don't matter how you slice it. Black people don't get to pick the candidate. They don't. I'm not FBA. I'm about to just put you on timeout. You're like, this is weird. I'm not even FBA. Like, what are you talking about? Like,
what do you think that means? The explicit statement here is that black voters matter more than brown voters.
They do. To the Democratic Party, they do. They do. That's not up for debate. That's a fact. That's not up for debate. That's a fact. Black voters matter more to the Democratic Party than Asian voters, Latino voters, gay voters, or other group of voters. That is a fact. That is a fact. And that's a fact that if it was true the other way around, they would be saying that. They would be saying that.
That is unambiguously her argument here. And she's doing this like mob boss idpol rhetoric. You know, oh, that's a nice Democratic primary you got there. It would be a shame if somebody implied that your priorities were being motivated by a disinterest in representing the voice of Black people, you know? Like it's you know what
that is exactly what they're doing. We're not stupid. The reason Vaush and others want the Democratic primary moved out of South Carolina is so Black people don't get to pick the candidate. It's just that simple. That is exactly because why do you want it to be moved? What is the literal purpose of moving it out of South Carolina? Other than saying we don't want Black people to pick it. We don't want Black people to pick the candidate. Because you know, if it starts in South Carolina, Black people will pick the candidate. The only way to prevent that is to start it outside of South Carolina. So what is the other? There's no other justification to do this other than I don't want Black people to pick the candidate. Because if you notice, he never explained what was the actual good reasons for moving it out of South Carolina. Other than I don't want the Black people to pick the candidate. What is the reason?
I'm talking about here? It's a very like threatening statement. You wouldn't want me to call you racist, would you? Hey, you wouldn't want me to throw the South Carolina Democratic Party into disarray by accusing the National Democratic Party of being racist, would you? I recognize this rhetoric in large part because I saw it from Hillary Clinton's campaign, and also I saw it from Jasmine Crockett. Jasmine Crockett is also currently engaged in a campaign of vaguely gesturing at the Democratic Party being racist because they didn't prioritize her over Tariq. In other words, it's racial grievance politics. I'm just going to say this really, really flatly, okay? I think the average Black person in America is just probably about as motivated by racial grievances as any other racial group. Hispanics.
I'm going to tell you what the real answer is. It's less likely. See, that's the problem right there. Black people are less likely to be motivated by racial grievances than any other group. That's the problem. The reason we in the situation we are in right now as Black people is because Black people are less likely. If any other group was in our situation, they wouldn't be in the situation we are in right now. If you put any other racial group in Black people's situation in 2016, there would be no Trump. There would be no Trump. And they wouldn't be right now watching 160 years worth of progress and struggle go up in flames. They wouldn't be fighting a two-front war and an insurgency at the same time. No other group. No other group. That's the problem. That's the problem right there.
Asian people, white people. That is to say, racial grievance politics plays a big role in their community, but the extent to which it plays a role is largely based on which political forces best appeal to them. I don't think that white grievance politics are that relevant to an individual white voter, even a Trump voter, on a case-by-case basis. But I think that as a group, white people are very susceptible to arguments that are oriented around white racial grievance politics. I think Black people, Asian people, and Hispanic people are the same. For the most part, I think they're ordinary. I think that if they are appealed to heavily by candidates or causes that weaponize those racial grievance politics, things can get out of hand pretty quickly. Does that make sense? Does everyone understand the angle from which I'm coming at it? The problem is that Black people in the higher ranks of the Democratic Party are essentially weaponizing Black racial grievance politics as a cudgel against progressives. It's a form of ethno-narcissism that would be considered unacceptable in any other context. Can you imagine a white person saying this? Like
a white person saying this would be racist. That's the difference. A Black person saying this is not racist. A white person saying this would be racist. That's the end. In fact, what you guys are advocating for is racist. Why do you want to strip power from black people? Why? Inquiring minds want to know. Why do you want to strip power away from black people? The most important voting bloc in the Democratic Party. That makes no sense. If you were to go to like California, someplace where Latinos were the most important voting bloc, and somebody say, you know what? Let's take the power out of the Latinos' hands and let's put it in the black people's hands. Everybody would have a problem with that. And would make it more plain that's a problem than she's making it seem right here.
Like, imagine the white head of the Vermont Democratic Party saying, you'd be telling white people they matter less than brown voters if you don't select us as first for the 2028 presidential primary. That would be insane. GOP says it. The GOP does occasionally say it, and we do call them racist, in fairness. Or New Hampshire, for a real example. Well, because New Hampshire is also a red state the way South Carolina is. Sorry. Does everyone understand the point that I'm making here? Rhetoric like this is unacceptable because it promotes racial infighting. It turns what should be a tactical consideration, how we structure the 2028 presidential primaries, into a politics of racial grievance, into an argument between which group matters most. This is very, very cynical. And
yes, it does matter. Because again, now magically when black people got power, we got to talk this oppression. Oh, let's not play the oppression Olympics. Let's not talk about who matters more. Now that black people have the power, now we got to talk like this. No. Now, no. Disgusting. No. Shout out to everybody in the building.
Is largely being done to prop up these people's careers. Black people in America do not in any way, shape, or form benefit from South Carolina going first in the primary ticket.
How do they not benefit? How do black people not benefit? How do they not benefit?
This is this woman's effort to weaponize race baiting as a way of promoting her career and her interests. Like, she benefits if South Carolina gets chosen first. Not the black people in South Carolina, but she.
Yes, the black people benefit. Oh, so good night, Lord of Slaughter. Yeah, because I'm getting fed up with this too. I'm not even gonna hold you. I'm pissed off.
Personally. Does everyone understand what I'm getting at? Ethno-narcissism being weaponized by Democratic leaders, cynically weaponizing IDPOL in an effort to promote their wedge causes in a way that sounds like it's anti-racism, but really isn't. Very, 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 very bad. Jasmine Crockett does this all the time. Jasmine Crockett right now is implying that the Tariq Democratic Senate campaign is racist. She's vague posting about it. This is really bad, because if she manages to depress even a few percentage points of black turnout in Texas, it would be really, really bad for Tariq.
So what? Didn't y'all do this to Kamala Harris? Didn't you lefties do this to Hillary Clinton? Didn't y'all do? I'm pretty sure y'all ran the Never Hillary campaign. I'm pretty sure y'all said we can't vote for Kamala Harris because Joe Biden did a genocide. So we're going to let Trump in office, who would have also did the genocide that we are complaining about Joe Biden doing. Like, come on now. Now people don't understand this. See, when we saying vote blue, y'all are saying, well, we not voting blue no matter who. Now that y'all won the primaries, now y'all want people to vote blue no matter who. Now y'all want people to come together in solidarity and don't use wedge issues and don't play 8-pole games and just come on. We just need solidarity and all need to come out and vote.
Now, Tariq has not run a racist campaign. The people of Texas chose him over her because she fucking sucks. And we all know that if Tariq had lost, he would not be sitting the campaign out and implying that she was an anti-white racist, even though she probably is. Definitely.
Now she probably is. So Jasmine Crockett is anti-white. Anti-white. See, got it. Got it. Disgusting. Like I said, shout out to everybody in the building. But yeah, this is the enemy. And this is who you FBA bozos have empowered with your insurgency in the black community.
Is actually, I should say, that those comments she's made about white and brown people, pretty fucking bad. Certainly Tallarico's not said anything like that. But what she's engaging in ethno-narcissism, right? A cynical appeal to her own racial identity as a marginalized person in an effort to throw off the Democrats' chances in the general. That's what I'm talking about here. So with all of that being said, all of that lead up, and it's worth pointing out, by the way, I am now often accused of being like far left for pointing this out, but the stuff that I'm saying right now is identical to what I got in trouble for talking about back in 2020 and 21 when I was talking about black separatists or black nationalists who were doing the exact same thing, cynically weaponizing ethno-narcissism as a justification for abysmal politics and then accusing you of being racist if you pointed them out. This is that infamous Professor Flowers conversation where my position was no matter what, no ethnic group should be able to lead an ethnic cleansing of another ethnic group, which was my position. I still hold it to this day. But back then, I was accused of being right-wing for saying this. Basically, what I'm saying is that ethnic grievance politics gives you room to make really, really, really bad.
Oh my goodness. I never watched that Professor Flowers debate she had with Vaush. I think that's the debate that really blew him up.
Arguments, regardless of which side you're on. It allows you to ignore the typical avenue of making political arguments in favor of cynically weaponizing accusations of bigotry as a way of like ad homing your way past the argument. Oh, you don't think South Carolina should go first? You're a racist. Oh, you don't think South African black people should be able to ethnically displace 6 million white Afrikaners? Oh, because you're racist. It's not a right or a left wing.
You see what I'm talking about here, right? Somehow black people are the equivalent of racist white people. Again, this is nonsense. This is nonsense. We are not equals in this. We are not equals in this at all. Shout out to Percy in the building. Yeah, shout out to you. I already know you was in the building, but shout out to you for coming through with this comment because you in Texas right now. Exactly. I know it was. He's lying. Like, again, we know he's lying. We know Vaush is lying. All these lefties candidates got some kind of racist stuff going on around them. All of them.
Thing. Ethno-narcissism is just bad. You should not make political
ethno-narcissism.
Arguments off of the idea. You shouldn't be basing your political argumentation off of like appealing towards racial infighting within a group. Okay, it's exactly like Zionism. Yes, Zionism right now is in America the most prominent and most cynically weaponized example of ethno-narcissism, where far-right Jewish nationalists and ethno-supremacists can go on media and just straightforwardly make arguments like, we have a right to this land because of the Torah, our religious right gives us the ability to kill, and people will treat it like a normal argument, and you're anti-Jewish if you disagree. Chuck Schumer himself, Democratic Senate Minority Leader, said that the reason for the fighting between Palestinians and Jews.
Shout out to baby. Let me see. Toshiro. That's baby Toshiro. Shout out to baby Toshiro. I'm saying it wrong. I know I am. Yeah, like I said, and mind you, he's the least racist lefty YouTuber. The least racist. All of them talk like this. Even worse. Because he's at least trying to make an argument. Oh, shout out to Justin March for coming through with gifting 20 memberships. Family, if Justin March gifted you a membership, make sure you salute him, shout him out, and keep the membership going. That's my first moderator. Shout out to you, bro. Thank you for coming through. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Yeah. Let's get back to this. This is crazy.
Is because the Palestinians won't accept that Torah grants that land to Jews. Like, it's just racism, you know? It's just racism. Anyway, I'm sorry. That was a lot of lead up. So here's Jim Clyburn blaming Black Americans for the 2024 presidential election.
Yes, that's exactly what he means. That's why I keep saying these arguments are not equivalent. This is what the lefty does, bro. He's literally trying to equate Black people who want their land back that was stolen from them, equate them to the white people who stole the land. Just like he tried to do with the sister. White people like Vaush are trying to take the primary out of South Carolina because they don't want Black people choosing the candidate. She points that out, and somehow she is the problem. She's the one being racist. You can't make this up. This is the people who these FBA scumbags have in power. And this is one of the things I kept telling people, even before FBA existed, going all the way back to 2016. I said Hillary cannot lose this election. She lose this election. Like, I can't even put it into words right now. Shout out to Rustin March for coming through with the 2. Whole lot of ones beat a whole lot of nuns any day of the week. Thank you for helping me get to my goal. Oh, I thought I had my phone on silent. But yeah, let's get into this. He said this is Clyburn blaming Black voters. Let's see what that's about.
Remember, it's impossible for the Democratic establishment to fail voters. The voters can only fail the Democratic centrist establishment.
What lessons did you take from the Biden administration? Like political lessons. Like, was there any political lesson you think there is to take from an administration whose central goal was to stop Donald Trump's return? And here we are.
And he stopped it.
I mean, you stopped it and enabled, I think some would argue.
Well, when the white vote turned out 71% 2 years ago, and the Black vote turned out 59%, you tell me.
To be clear, like, let's just address this from first principles. The idea that Black people are ever responsible for a Democrat losing to a Republican is insane. Black people are the most reliable Democratic voters.
Wait, Vaush, didn't you just try to you just said it's insane for the idea of a Black people being responsible for a Democrat losing to a Republican because Black people are the most reliable voters. But then you turned around and said, well, Jasmine Crockett, the racist, is going to make Tariq lose because she's going to convince enough Black people not to vote. I thought it would be impossible for Black people to cause the Democrats to lose. And you just said that you're saying also right now that the Black community is the most reliable voting bloc for the Democrats. So if that's the case, why shouldn't the primary start in South Carolina? If that's the truth for Black people, then why shouldn't it start in South Carolina? Why?
By far. They are unbelievably consistent as a demographic.
Again, you just heard what he said. I'm about to bring this back. Black people are unbelievably consistent for the Democratic Party as a demographic. So why shouldn't Black people, if that is the case, why shouldn't Black people be the ones picking the candidates? If we know only Black people are going to be the ones who show up for the Democrats regardless. Why? And James Clyburn is right. Black people did fail Kamala. And that's why all the stuff now that we got by failing Kamala, just like we failed Hillary Clinton, we are dealing with people like Vaush now who are going to have power. We are in a two-front war. We are going back to Jim Crow. And it is our fault. We could have stopped this and we didn't stop it. We could have stopped it and we didn't stop it. That was our job to stop this. We had too much to lose. We had too much to lose. We'll bring this back.
Voters. The voters can only fail the Democratic centrist establishment.
What lessons did you take from the Biden administration? Like political lessons. Like, was there any political lesson you think there is to take from an administration whose central goal was to stop Donald Trump's return, and here we are.
And he stopped it.
I mean, you stopped it and enabled, I think some would argue.
Well, when the white vote turned out 71% 2 years ago, and the black vote turned out 59%, you tell me.
To be clear, like, let's just address this from first principles. The idea that black...
He is right. Again, James Clyburn is right. Black people failed to show up. Black people in America are going to be the people who are going to be the most hurt by Trump's presidency. Like I always tell people before, a vote for somebody is not necessarily a vote for them as much as it is a vote against somebody else. I don't got to like Hillary Clinton. I don't got to like Biden. I don't got to like Obama. I didn't have to like Kamala. But I like myself. And I know that if those other people win, that's going to hurt me. That's going to have a negative consequence on me, my children, my grandchildren, great-grandchildren. Like, people don't get this. Why does this phone keep going off silent? People don't get this. People don't get this. We are in a terrible position now. Terrible.
People are ever responsible for a Democrat losing to a Republican is insane. Black people are the most reliable Democratic voters by far. They are unbelievably consistent as a demographic in voting for Democrats. So for him to pull this card, to me, is a perfect example of how the Congressional Black Caucus does not represent or even care about black voters at all. He's like one of the biggest pushers of this line, this racial grievance politics, and he immediately turns and blames the most pro-democratic demographic in America.
So if black people are the most pro-democratic demographic in America, why are you advocating for the primary to be taken out of black people's hands? Why? Why? Why are you advocating for the primary to be taken out of black people's hands? If what you just said is true, which it is, why should the black people not have the primary? FBA is not pro-Democrat. FBA is not pro-Democrat. FBA is pro-MAGA. It is a white nationalist psyop. And one of the parts of their job to do is to make sure Trump wins. They are the insurgency inside of our midst. Shout out to everybody in the building. Exactly. That's another thing, Percy. I don't even know if you was here earlier when I was breaking that down about when he was trying to talk about black people. I'm like, what? White people as a collective have not voted Democrat since 1968 to now. Even though the Democrats got the best economic policy. Why? Because they practicing identity politics. They putting their whiteness before their economic situation. Shout out to Tina in the building. They knew he wasn't anti-war. They knew that. This was their accelerationists. Remember, most of these lefties are accelerationists. They want to bring about the collapse and think that they're going to be the ones, they're going to collapse the establishment, and then they're going to be the ones who are going to rule over America. Yeah, let's get back to Clyburn talking this truth. Talking about oh, he shouldn't have said, he should have said that.
Whose fault that is?
I guess
only 59% of African Americans went to the polls 2 years ago.
It's tough. I mean, for me personally, to blame black voters for the last election.
I'm blaming them. I'm blaming them. This is the black people's candidate choice. Mind you, the correct argument why South Carolina should be taken from black people in the primaries, because black people are the ones picking candidates that nobody else want. And then when it's time for black people to show up during the general to make sure those candidates win, they don't. See, there is a way to make the argument that black people should not be the ones picking the candidate, that the primary should not be in South Carolina, because we can't trust black voters to show up for the candidate that they picked in the primary. See, that's a legitimate argument that nobody can't argue against. But because Vaush and the lefties are not interested in making legitimate arguments, they're just too busy making anti-black arguments. They didn't even think of that. Because that's where I would have been going with it. That you cannot justify starting the primary in South Carolina, because if we started in South Carolina, that means black people are going to pick the candidate. And we can't let black people pick the candidate, because you know what happens? We can't trust black people to show up for that candidate in the general. And that ain't the case with no other group. I'm pretty sure if Latinos pick the candidate in the primary, they're going to show up for that candidate in the general. Asians, whites, everybody else. Lefties, all other groups. It's black people who are the ones not showing up for the candidates that they're picking in the primary. See, there's a way to make a legitimate argument for why the primary should be taken out of South Carolina that has nothing to do with attacking black people. But again, Vaush and them can't make the argument because they're too busy wanting to attack black people. That's it.
More than it is to blame President Joe Biden.
That's the fact.
And why would we blame Biden? Biden has been the third greatest white president in the history of the United States of America for black people. Third greatest. We have had 45 men be president. 44 of them have been white. Out of those 44, the top three is Abraham Lincoln, LBJ, and then Joe Biden. You can literally only name two of the white presidents have done more for black people than Joe Biden. Not only that, he allowed black people to handpick Kamala to be the vice president. I'm pretty sure Joe Biden didn't want Kamala to be his vice president, but he let her be the vice president because black people was pushing that. And when it was time to show up, they didn't show up. Nobody getting no passes. We're not doing passes. That's how we in this position right now. We're not doing no more coddling. We're not doing no more passes. Because if it was any other group, we wouldn't give them no pass. If Jews could have single-handedly stopped the Holocaust from happening by showing up to vote against Adolf Hitler and they didn't do it, we wouldn't say nobody would be feeling sorry for the Jews, especially if the Holocaust had already happened. Like, could you imagine that? Right now, Adolf Hitler come back from the dead and say, vote for me. I'm going to do the Holocaust 2.0 this time. And I'm gonna finish the job this time. And the only thing that could stop Adolf Hitler from winning the election is Jews coming out to vote against him. And then Jews fail to do that. And then Adolf Hitler gets the power and starts doing the Holocaust 2.0. Nobody would feel sorry for the Jews. Nobody. Nope. And nobody would give them a pass for that neither. For failing to come out and do what they had to do for their community. No, McKinsley, JFK did not do more for black people than Joe Biden. Nope, not even close. Nobody would feel sorry for them, and nobody would give them a pass. Nobody. Nobody. That's why we in this situation right now. Too many passes have been given out. Every time you turn around, pass after pass after pass. Like, come on, talking about why are you blaming black people? What about Joe Biden? Joe Biden has been third greatest white president in the history of the United States for black people. Third greatest. Third greatest. And he has listened to black people the most. No president in the history of the United States of America white president has listened to black people what we had to say more than Joe Biden? Nobody. Shout out to Timbo Slice for coming through with the 199. Whole lot of ones beat a whole lot of nuns any day of the week. Insane. You say you got to disagree with me. What did I say that was wrong? Joe Biden did not lock up a whole entire generation. One, that what you're referring to with the 94 crime bill, that happened. Joe Biden was not president when the 94 crime bill happened. On top of that, black people supported the 94 crime bill. I don't know if you know this, because again, we got a lot of people telling a fake story about what happened back then. There was going to be a crime bill. There was two crime bills, the Republican crime bill and the Democratic crime bill. The Democratic crime bill was way better than the Republican one. And on top of that, black people supported it. The supermajority of black people supported the crime bill. See, this is another thing. People keep remixing the history to let black people keep sliding. This is what I keep talking about. With people giving passes and remixing the history. Because now we keep talking about the 94 crime bill like black people didn't have a direct hand in it. Like black people didn't know what was going to happen in the 94 crime bill. In fact, I did a whole video about that, breaking it down. When people pointed that out, we had people writing op-eds trying to defend black people for it, saying, well, yeah, black people voted for it and supported it and knew it was targeting like black people, but they didn't know it was going to be that bad. And they thought about all the, and they didn't get all the good stuff that they thought they was going to get out of it too. And what did I say at the time? That's like somebody voting for you to be killed and thinking that they shouldn't be held responsible for that because not only did they vote for you to be killed, but they voted for you to have a banging funeral after you got killed. And because you didn't get the banging funeral after you got murdered, then somehow they absolved. No. That don't go like that. You said it destroyed our communities. Again, I never said it didn't destroy the community, but I also said black people supported it. Like you can't keep leaving that part out the equation. There was going to be a crime bill. Black people supported the best crime bill. They wanted that crime bill. Remember, black people were literally begging in the streets. Like I think y'all really don't understand how bad crime was in the 90s, early 90s. Y'all have no idea. Black people were literally begging in the streets for that crime bill and was celebrating and was happy about it. This whole performative, oh, we hate the crime bill, it destroyed our community, was something that started in the 2010s. That like we got to start rewriting history. And again, he wasn't president when the 94 crime bill happened. You said we did, and that was a mistake. I do believe it was a mistake, but I can't say too much about it because again, they was pushing the Republicans had an even vicious one. I had an even more vicious one. So again, I'm not saying that it wasn't bad. I'm not saying that Joe Biden didn't have a hand in it. I'm not saying that he never did bad for the community. I'm just talking about his time as president. Because I never said he was perfect. I never said he was the great white savior of black people. None of that. I'm just saying based on the history and based on where we was at that point in time. Yes, the bill was terrible. It could have been done way better. And again, I do believe the bill was as bad as it was because the 90s is when the Democratic Party started to actually try to compete with the Republicans for the racist white vote. They really tried to start competing with them around the 90s. In the 90s is when the Democrats basically abandoned their economic policies to pick up the Republican economic policies. But they was like, we're going to do the Republican economic policies, but better. We're going to do Republican policies, but better. Republicans got a 94 crime bill. We're going to create our own one. What's is going to be better? It's still going to be trash, but it's going to be better than the Republicans. Oh, the Republicans going to do neoliberalism. We'll do neoliberalism too, but we'll just do it better than the Republicans do it. Neoliberalism sucks. It's trash, but hey, we're doing it better than the Republicans. So yeah, I'm not arguing with you there. Not arguing with you there at all. Not arguing with you there at all. The bill was terrible and it could have been better. Shout out to Tina. Yes, that's what I said. The 90s is when the shift happened, when the Democratic Party basically became Republican light. Like, all right, we the Republican Party, but we just better on social issues and we'll do Republican policies better than the Republicans. That's the 90s is when that shift happened. I don't want nobody to misunderstand me. I am not pro 94 crime bill. I don't think nobody should get a pass for supporting it. Because if I'm not giving black people a pass for supporting it, I'm not giving no white man no pass for supporting it. I'm not giving no white woman no pass for supporting it. I'm not giving nobody no pass. I'm just saying that it is what it is. And on top of that, we talking about his presidency. Not beforehand. We talking about the presidency. But yeah, let's keep it going.
It wasn't Joe Biden on the ticket. It was Kamala Harris on the ticket.
For 107 days after he decided
to.
Yes. Clyburn is right. It was Kamala Harris on the ticket. Who cares about, it was only 140 days. So it took what it's going to take? 6 months for black people to realize, Kamala is better than Trump. I don't care if it was 114 minutes ahead. 104 minutes ahead of time. I don't care if Joe Biden was on the ticket and in 104 minutes before the election, people said Joe Biden had a heart attack. He died. It's Kamala versus Trump. You supposed to know what to do. Like, imagine this weak excuse. Again, from a bunch of Jews talking about, it was only 140 days. You expect us to make it a decision to vote to keep Adolf Hitler 2.0 from getting into office with only 104 days to make a decision? What kind of nonsense is that? What kind of nonsense is this?
A ticket.
I guess I just wanted to see if there was a clear political lesson you took from that moment and whether you think something applies in this kind of.
What applies? What applies? What political lesson? That black people don't care about themselves? That's the only lesson I'm taking from here. That black people don't care about themselves. Because it sounded to me that you was also this dude right here who's talking to Jim Clyburn. It sounded to me that he didn't support Kamala either. That's what it sounded like to me. And I'm pretty sure Palestine might have been the reason. This is what I'm talking about when I say second wave black internationalism, where people will literally sacrifice the black community to try to be in community with other groups. And then try to talk about it like that makes sense.
Larger democratic rethink after, but I hear you. You're saying that you think it was a media problem. It was a branding problem. It was a candidate problem.
Dan, he really be saying blacks gave us Trump? Again, the reason black people don't show
exactly failed an open book test. Failed the open book test.
Up at the polls is the same reason everybody else doesn't show up at the polls.
And again, you're right. Vaush is correct. The reason black people didn't show up to the polls is the same reason. But the difference is black people are not in the same boat as everybody else. It's the same thing. That's like, again, back to the Holocaust example. Somebody sitting in Thailand could be apathetic about whether the Nazis win or not. A Jew cannot be apathetic about that. A Ukrainian in Ukraine in 1942 cannot be apathetic about that. This is what I'm talking about. You can't be apathetic when your existence is on the line. Your ability to live decently is on the line. The ability of your children and your children's children to live decently is on the line. You cannot be apathetic with that. You can't. That's the problem. In fact, that's one of the problems with the civil rights movement. It was too successful. The civil rights movement was so successful that it made a large swath of black people think that, make them forget that they was actually black and this was actually America. And this is how we got this situation. Lord have mercy.
Because they're apathetic and feel disenfranchised by the options that they have. Black people, let's be real here. My argument right now is that it basically almost doesn't matter who wins elections, because the crash course that America is on is going to continue no matter what. Black people have been making this argument for decades. It's kind of like an Afro-pessimist sentiment. And for the most part, they've been right. No matter who wins.
They never been right. Anybody making that argument has never been right. Never been right. In fact, the people making that argument got that argument from you lefties, and they never been right. That's like, again, that's like a black person saying, oh, it doesn't matter who wins the Civil War. Nothing's going to change. That mentality is how we go backwards. Think about this. This is the first time black people have ever truly went backwards since slavery ended. This is the first time we ever truly went backwards. Slavery has been over for over 160 years. And this is the first time we have ever truly went backwards as a people in 160 years. And how did we go backwards? Because too many black people think it don't matter. Too many black people took the position that it don't matter. That nothing's going to change, it don't matter. Too many. We didn't go fully backwards during the Reconstruction era. See, this is what I'm saying. That's what I said, truly backwards. Black people, when Reconstruction started, black people got out of slavery. We got the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment. Did we get a lot of, was there a lot of rollback when Reconstruction ended? Yes, there was a lot of rollback. But at the end of the day, black people were further along than where they came from. So it was like Reconstruction. When Reconstruction ended, it was like a 5 steps forward, 4 steps back situation. But at the end of the day, we are still forward. We are still further than we were when we started walking. We are still further than when we started walking. This represents, Jim Crow 2.0 represents us going backwards, because there are black people right now who have less rights than black people had 10 years ago. Like, the civil rights movement is basically a full-blown failure. It has failed. It has been gutted. Like, basically all the victories of the civil rights movement have been undone in one way or another. We are in a worse position, and the position is only getting worse. This is truly backwards. This is truly backwards. Nobody who was a slave and lived after Reconstruction failed truly went backwards. Nobody went back into slavery. Nobody could say, Dad, we was worse off before the Civil War than after the Civil War. We have gone truly backwards. Truly. Truly backwards.
Local, state, or federal, black people have continued to get fucked over. Like, the black community has not been enriched at all since the civil rights movement.
Let me see. But that's the point. See, you keep missing the point. Black people did not go to, when Reconstruction started. Before Reconstruction, black people were slaves, and they weren't citizens of America. When Reconstruction ended, did black people get all their rights? No, but we were citizens of America, and we weren't slaves. We were in a better position. Even when Reconstruction ended, we did go backwards during Reconstruction. When it ended, we were still more forward. Again, 5 steps forward, 4 steps back. You're still ahead of the game than when you started walking. That's the difference. That is the difference. Sharecropping, first of all, the majority of black people weren't sharecroppers. On top of that, sharecropping is not worse than slavery. Sharecropping was not worse than slavery. There's a lot of black people who were slave sharecroppers and decided, you know what? I'm not doing this no more. Jumped on the train ride and ended up in Detroit, Cleveland, Newark, Harlem, Philadelphia, and then got a regular job and lived like that. You couldn't have did that during slavery. There was no escape. Sharecropping was not worse than slavery. You said sharecropping was worse than slavery? Nah, you're bugging. You're bugging. Sharecropping was worse than slavery? You're bugging. You are bugging right now. So you saying lynchings was worse than slavery? How many black people was enslaved? There was over 4 million black people in slavery who were being lynched, raped, killed, mutilated, experimented on every day of the week. There's no way you're going to say, I would rather 4 million black people be enslaved than have a couple 100,000 be sharecroppers and a couple 100 get lynched. There's no way. You did say that. I just said, you said sharecropping was another form of slavery. And I said sharecropping was not as bad as no slavery. And you wrote, yes, it is. So that's you saying that. You said that. I'm going through your conversation right now. I said black people ended up in a better position. You said sharecropping. And I said sharecropping was not no bad as slavery. And you was like, sharecropping was another form of slavery. And I said, well, it's not as bad as slavery. Then you said, yes, it is. You said, I disagree with you. Yes, it is. I did not say that. You said that. You said it was worse. Look, you still going. Chain gang. And look, you just said, I put words in your mouth. And you just said, it is again. You said black code and chain gang. Are you really saying black code and chain gang was worse than slavery? Being locked up is worse than being enslaved. And I'm sorry. I can't do that with you no more. I can't. I can't do that with you no more. You have lost all legitimacy. I'm way more studied than you on this issue. The idea that you are literally sitting here trying to make the argument that, because basically you're making the argument that Jim Crow is worse than slavery. Because all the stuff you listed is Jim Crow. The idea that Jim Crow was worse than slavery is beyond ridiculous. Like, you know you're not serious. You know you're not serious. You literally just made the argument that chattel slavery, the worst form of slavery that ever existed in human history, was not as bad as Jim Crow. Diabolical. Diabolical. And this is why we in the position we in right now. This is why people could say it doesn't matter who we vote for. Things have never changed. They never gonna change. And whatever the case may be. This is why people can say that. Jim Crow, apartheid, American apartheid was worse than American chattel slavery. Ooh.
Movement. The average black wealth in America is like $5 per household. Like, nothing has changed. They've been promised the world, the moon, time and time.
Look, you sounding like Vaush right now. Vaush just said nothing has changed. He's saying the same thing you're saying. You are now in agreement with Vaush. This is why black people in the position we in right now. Because you are preaching that nothing has changed. In fact, you're preaching things have gotten worse. Can't make this up.
Time again. They even got their first black president and nothing changed. Don't get me wrong.
You said nothing changed. See, this is the lie. Nothing changed. So this is why we going back to Jim Crow, because people believe nothing changed. So you gonna see change. We gonna see change. I promise you. 2028, 2029, all eyes will be wide open, but it'll be too late.
Republicans are still far more racist than Democrats. The problem is that the underlying forces that are ensuring continued racism against black people, systemic deprivation, are much more fundamental than the top-level cultural issues we engage with, right? The George Floyd protests happened. George Floyd was murdered, BLM protest. Hundreds of millions of Americans participated in some form or another. What happened after BLM? Biggest protests ever, by the way. What happened after BLM? What changed for black people? Nothing.
And that was a bad example, because I'm not gonna hold you. Black Lives Matters was trash. That whole situation was bad, and I called it out day one. That wasn't even set up right. That was set up to fail. And the reason why BLM didn't reproduce any change is because the people who was leading it was a bunch of black lefties following and trying to be cool with white lefties. Like the type of people who was leading BLM would have never been allowed to be a part of the civil rights movement. They would have got faded. If they had joined it, they would have never gotten into a position of leadership. And if they did get into a position of leadership, they would have eventually got faded, just like Byron Rushton. That was one of the examples I used. I said when I pointed it out before, when Black Lives Matter first started, I said they trying to do the Byron Rushton, whatever his name is, the dude who got kicked out the civil rights movement. I said that. I said they trying to do the Byron Rushton. Nobody listened to me, and that's exactly what they did, and it didn't produce nothing for black people.
I would say that black Americans have been given plenty of reason to be pessimistic and feel disenfranchised. And you know what?
No, they haven't. Stop preaching that defeatism to black people. That's why we in the situation we in.
Kamala Harris was? She was a nothing candidate. If black people looked at Kamala Harris and thought she was a nothing candidate, they were right to think that. It's correct. It's true. The Democratic Party continuously fails its voters and does a bad job advocating for them. Clyburn is a perfect example of this. Dude is like the most fucking entrenched deep state centrist fucker in the party, or at least one of them. He is the reason why the Democratic Party is the way it is, standing for nothing. And then he goes on a podcast and blames black people for a Democrat not beating a Republican. Are you insane?
I didn't say that. The media had nothing to do with that 59%. If that 59% had been 69%, she would have won.
I guess, so is the argument that black people let Kamala Harris down?
Oh, in many instances, absolutely.
Absolutely. The black race let her down. The most accomplished black woman in American history lost an election to one of the most racist men in modern American history to become president, who ran one of the most racist campaigns in modern American history. Disgraceful. Beyond disgraceful.
The idea that they did a bad job appealing to people never even occurs to him. It never even occurs to him because they hate you. It's like the number one thing a person should think about when running a campaign. How do I make people want to vote for me? But to them, it's not even a consideration. Not even slight, never even crosses their mind. It's incredible. It's genuinely inhuman. It's inhuman. I cannot imagine feeling this entitled to people's votes. I cannot imagine being as powerful and influential as fucking Clyburn and being so contented with my power that I will go on podcasts and blame black people for a Republican, for Trump winning, and never even consider the possibility that we might be doing a bad job appealing to voters. It is genuinely unfathomable to me.
You don't show up to vote, what are you doing?
Is there no valid reason why black voters could?
There is no valid reason. Is there a valid reason for a Ukrainian not to fight in World War II? Is there a valid reason for a black person to not support the Union during the Civil War? Is there a valid reason for a black person to not support the civil rights movement, save being a black separatist? Is there a valid reason? There is none. Nonsense.
Now have felt heard by the last Democratic election? Is there no valid reason that they would have?
There might be. I'd like to know what it is.
Fucking incredible.
Exactly. I'm with Clyburn all the way. Shout out to the big homie Clyburn. I want to know the reason. I want somebody to give me a legitimate reason. Especially with what was on the line. Whole shit. Any black person talking talking like that other dude, performative whole shit. Shout out to That's Amazing for coming through with the 5. Exactly. Because again, it's not about that. It was about their anti-blackness. It's about their anti-blackness. I'm not saying Ukraine has been black people's friend. I'm just using that as an example. For all you who don't know, during World War II, when the Nazis invaded Eastern Europe, right, and invaded the Soviet Union, they were trying to exterminate all Eastern Europeans, all Slavic people. Remember, the Nazis referred to them as Untermensch, which is German for subhuman. Their plan was to literally go into the Soviet Union, kill all the Slavic people, kill most of them, enslave the rest, and work them to death, making the land ready for German immigrants to come there and settle the land. Mind you, if you are a Ukrainian and you know you got two choices, support the Soviet Union or not support the Soviet Union. If you support the Soviet Union, you will live. If you don't support the Soviet Union, the Nazis will win and you will die. All of you will die. All of you will die. That's what I'm trying. That's the point I'm trying to make. It's clear cut. There's only two options: fight and live, or fall back and die. That's your only two options. That's why I also use the example of the Civil War. Black people don't got a black man can't be like, well, I don't know who to support, the Confederacy or the Union, or it doesn't matter who wins, the Confederacy or the Union. A white person in what would be called Montana could feel that way. A black person in Mississippi can't feel that way. Can't.
Totally incurious. It's your job to know. It's your job to know. Oh, I'd like to know. Oh, I've never heard any arguments for why Kamala Harris might have been a weak candidate. Would you like to share some with me? Oh, yeah, I'm like a DC insider and have been for nearly a fucking century. Could you share some? I've never heard any. He's so out of touch. Yeah, want to know how out of touch he is?
I want to ask you about AI. There's so much that it's changing in terms of the future of work and our economy. Do you use AI? Have you ever used an LLM?
No, somebody was telling me I ought to, but I never have.
No ChatGPT, no Claude for you?
Believe it or not, I didn't know what that was until about a week ago.
I want you to really stew on this, man. Really stew on it. I want you to really turn this one over in your head. I want you to imagine what the life must be like for a well-connected Democratic Party insider to not have heard what ChatGPT was until a week ago. I want you to really think about what that implies about how much he cares about and pays attention to everything. Hasn't he voted on AI bills? Yeah, I guess he didn't know what they were. I mean, we already know that people who work, we already know that people who work in Congress don't read the bills they vote on, but like, he'll just admit it. He cares that little. He'll just admit it. He'll be, oh, the reason Trump won? Black people. Kamala Harris ran a weak campaign. I haven't heard that before. AI? Yeah, I heard about that last week from my fucking great-grandnephew. It's unbelievable. It really is. It's shocking. That means they watch zero news and probably don't look at any intel or info. I've told you this before, but like people like this, a significant number of like very old senior Democratic insiders, mostly senators, they don't watch the news. They get all of their info from the consultants and special interest groups they've developed decades-long friendships with. They literally don't watch they don't watch the news. They don't know anything that's going on. Their bewilderment at the real world is in part sincere. They don't pay attention at all. They are not people like us. They are not normal people.
Which one?
Chat GPT or whatever it is.
You didn't know till a week ago. Wow, I'm jealous. You've got yourself in a bubble.
That may sound strange to you.
I know Russians are. They wanted to. That's why I said they wanted to wipe out all Slavic people. It's not even a bit more complicated. I said that. I said they invaded the Soviet Union and they called the Slavic people Udamenshins. I just used Ukrainians as a specific example, but I could have said Russian. I could have just said Slavic. It would have all been the same. Yes. Yes. Yeah, but I'm about to get off this, bro. I had enough of this because it's like, I don't know. I've been ranting and raving this whole time. Like, this is crazy. Oh, first time catching me live. Shout out to you, Trucker. Much appreciated, bro. Let me see. What time is it? What time is it? I think I could do like 2 more stories. Is Conguru in the building? He requested this. So yeah, I guess I'm gonna touch on that. Yeah, I think this is enough. Because I didn't even get halfway through to his Vaush video. But maybe I'll touch on it another time. Maybe. Ridiculous. Disgusting. Yeah, we gotta go. Shout out to everybody in the building. Shout out to you, McKinsley. Exactly. That's the point I was making. Is that because again, if you know the Ukrainians were basically the tip of the spear of the Soviet military when they pushed the Nazis back into Germany and took Berlin. The Ukrainians. That's why I always use the Ukrainians as an example, because they were the tip of the spears. They were the hardest fighters. They were the ones who really pushed the Nazis back. It was them. And it was like there were people, they hated the Soviets. They hated Stalin. Remember, before World War II happened, there was the Holodomor that happened. The Holodomor, where a bunch of Ukrainians, millions of Ukrainians got starved to death because of the Soviet Union. And when World War II popped off and they found out what the Nazis was up to, they had 2 choices. They could support the Soviet Union, the same Soviet Union who just genocided them, or they could stand idly by. They decided to support the Soviet Union because you know what? What happened with the Holodomor in the Soviet and Ukraine? That was just them trying to do colonization. They wasn't trying to intentionally wipe out all Ukrainians. They were just trying to implement their policies of collectivization and get rid of the kulaks. But the Nazis, they wanted to exterminate the Ukrainians. So if they had to choose, that's why I always use the Ukrainians, because that's a difficult choice. Fighting for the people who just killed millions of your people, that's hard. But they looked at it logically. Yes, they killed millions of our people before, but right now we have an enemy who wants to kill all of our people. So we can either fight with the Soviets and defend our people, or we could get emotional like hoes and we could all die. That's why I use that example. That's why I always say Ukrainians. That's why I always use Ukrainians. More than any other Slavic group, I use Ukrainians. Because again, that makes sense to me as a black person. Because remember, the Union was racist. Abraham Lincoln was a racist. He told Frederick Douglass that it was black people's job, the black man's job, to follow behind the white man. He didn't even want black people in America. He wanted black people to go back to Africa. They was racist. But even through all of that, black people knew union. Union. It wasn't even a question. Union. I know some Ukrainians fought for the Nazis at first, just like a lot of Eastern Europeans fought for the Nazis at first. You had a lot of Soviet troops surrendering because they didn't really like the Soviet Union en masse at first. But when they found out the Nazi playbook for them, the Nazi plan for them, that's when everything changed. That's when everything changed. That's why I always use the example of 1942. In 1942, it became clear what the Nazis had planned for the Eastern European people. That's why there's a quote. Matter of fact, I'm about to go find that quote. Give me 1 minute. I'm about to go downstairs into my library and get the book, so I can put that quote on the screen. I'm back. I'm gonna find this quote real quick. I'm gonna find this quote. Let me see. I found it. Matter of fact, I don't even think it's a quote. Let me type this in. Shout out to everybody in the building. Shout out to. What is this on the screen? Let me see. All right, I found it. Shout out to everybody in the building. I found it. Let me see. For all you who don't know, it didn't come up, but this is the joke. It says, "What did Hitler accomplish in 1 year that Stalin was unable to accomplish in 2 decades?" The answer is he made us like Soviet rule. And some people say the answer is made communism look good. The answer to that is because the Nazis were trying to exterminate people. And it was so bad that people say, you know what? Stalin is better. He's better. That was the whole point of that. It's like when people got confronted with the realities of the colonization of the Soviet and the extermination of the Nazi, it made things real clear for them. It made things real clear for them. It made things real clear for them. Real clear. But Kangaroo in the building. Let's move on to this. Shout out to everybody in the building. Let's move on to this. This is Oshay. Kangaroo sent me this. I don't know what this is about. We're going to get into it. Shout out to Kangaroo in the building.
Already are better educated. They're more confident. They don't have the baggage, quote unquote, which the native black population has.
The other day, I happened to see this interview with a professor of social policy at Columbia by the name of Neeraj Paschal. She was having a particular discussion with this man by the name of G. Simpath, and she wrote this particular book called When Africa Comes to the United States, How the Next Wave of Immigrants Will Transform the United States. Now, the gentleman in the video, Mr. G. Simpath, had some really interesting ideologies about the behaviors of Black Americans.
But now there is this discourse about how the US-born Black Americans, they sort of perhaps view the Black African immigrants as, quote unquote, the house, because they are less willing to sort of confront race issues and racial tensions directly, and they would rather work around it because they are already better educated, they're more confident. They don't have the baggage, quote unquote, which the native Black population has.
Now, in his honest opinion, as you've heard, Black Americans carry this quote unquote baggage, and they are too stuck on racial policies and stuff like that in comparisons to these African migrants who don't care about that. He's also saying that these African migrants are more talented and they also have more confidence. He would continue with his question though.
So they, because of their avoidance of race relations head on, and they'd rather get on with whatever they are here in the country to do, they are viewed differently. Is there any validity to that point of view?
He also asks, does this help in the way that Africans are being seen in comparisons to Black Americans? Now, before I get to her response, let me respond to him. If this whole idea that Africans are so much more talented than Black Americans were true, then obviously what we wouldn't see right now are the 25 closures of U.S. embassies in Africa.
Come on, O'Shea, you got to do this dumb shit every time. Like, come on. And what does that the closure of the embassies mean? Trump is a racist. He's closing the embassies because they don't want no connection with Africa. The end. Has nothing to do with Africans being talented, more talented, less talented. It has nothing to do with this dude is talking about. Nothing. Like, come on now.
That's correct, because if you can get all of these talented people into your country, then you would do so. But that's not what the United States is trying to do. The United States is actually trying to make it more difficult for talented Africans to come over and get a visa, let alone green cards, and God forbid we talk about U.S. citizenship. Right now.
Exactly, but it's always been that way. It's always been that way. Black immigrants are the last to be let in and the first to be kicked out. That's not nothing new. It's just that policy is basically on steroids right now with Trump being in office. That's it.
Now, if you're a talented person in Malawi, you can't even go to your own U.S. embassy in your country. You now have to fly 2,000 miles to book an appointment in Nairobi and then pay for your own stuff there. Pray to God that you can get the visa. And then if you can, you must pay a $15,000 bond for overstaying. And what that tells me is that America doesn't think that when dealing with Africa, the juice is largely worth the squeeze. Let's also talk about the talented Africans who were coming over to America in the 1990s. Now, it's true. Nigerians are super talented in the United States, as well as Ghanaians. And this largely seems to be true in the UK as well, right? And I believe in Canada. But the United States is known for picking the best Africans and bringing them to the United States, the best foreigners in general. There is a difference, however, between the Nigerians or the Ghanaians that come to the States, the UK, or Canada in comparisons to the rest of the Africans that travel within Africa. Now you have the academics, the highly skilled people in the United States or Canada or UK. You get the highly educated, highly skilled people, right? And they're still sending money back to Africa if they come. But in Africa, the Ghanaian that goes to Nigeria or the Nigeria that goes to...
Still crying about Africans sending money back to Africa. Come on, Oshay.
The Cameroon. Those are typically smaller traders, and the baseline of their talent is typically not what you see coming to the States. So if you take the best percentages of people in any population and you bring them to a country that has better ecosystems, they're going to do good. Likewise, if you bring the best 15% of Black Americans and you drop them somewhere, they will also do good. We've already seen that in South Africa in the 90s. And there was a documentary called Black Without Borders, where you had talented people like Cora Vaughan, the late Cora Vaughan, who had a Juris Doctorate from Texas Southern, that had one of the best law firms in Chicago. You had Charles Henderson, who was from Harlem, but he had an MBA from Harvard University. You had Eugene Jackson, who was a millionaire. He was investing in satellites and farms in Durban, South Africa. So again, they went and they did extremely well because top people always do, for the most part, wherever they go, especially in the English speaking world, extremely well. But I want you to hear what the lady has to say in some of her comeback arguments to this guy.
So immigrants, when they're not representative pool of their own.
Okay, so I thought this was an immigrant. I thought this was an Indian guy talking to an African woman. It's an Indian guy talking to an Indian woman. Oshay, you can't be serious, bro. You can't be serious, bozo.
Society. So as I document in the book, people who are from even DRC or Ethiopia or, countries which have been in civil war, currently in civil war, from where refugees are going to the United States, they are better. They are more educated than their sisters and brothers who are back home.
She does mention here about immigration being self-selective. Individuals who choose to migrate from countries such as Ethiopia or DRC, they are not representative of the average person in their own home country. They have
Everybody knows that, Oshay. They know that. I hope you're not trying to make no FBA argument to try to talk about, well, you can't compare Black immigrants to FBA because they not the whole population. Mind you, that's something that smart people were always saying. Remember, when people like you, Oshay, used to make those comparisons, and people like me used to say those comparisons are illegitimate because you can't compare a piece of a population, a piece of a selected part of a population to a whole population. Like Dr. Christina Gia says, when you're dealing with Black people in America, Native Black Americans, you're dealing with A through Z. But a lot of times when you're dealing with Africans, you're dealing with A through C, which is you're not dealing with their whole group. Yeah, we already made that point. You FBA bozos wanted to make the comparison. Before y'all was FBA, y'all was making the comparison to dick eat Africans. Now that y'all FBA, y'all tried to make the comparison to try to shit on Africans. And then when y'all try to make that comparison, which people told you is not legitimate, and the Africans come out on top, the Caribbeans come out on top, the Black immigrants come out on top, then you want to turn around and run back to other smart people's argument about why the comparison was illegitimate. But you legitimize the comparison by making it to begin with. See, you can't do that. That's like I always tell people. It's like if somebody says this regular season team could beat this all-star team. Comparing a regular season team to an all-star team is illegitimate. But let's say, for example, somebody said, I want to make the comparison and I want us to simulate a 7-game series. And I think this regular season team will beat this all-star team. and then we do the simulation, and then the all-star team beat the regular season team by 40 and 4-0 them, sweep them, beat them in 4. And then after the fact, you want to try to make an argument about why that's not legitimate. You legitimized it by taking the by demanding the comparison be made.
Higher educational attainment than their peers. So we cannot just say that all Congolese are as smart as the ones that we see in Canada or the States, because largely that just would not be true. This is why the United States denies so many visas.
Who knows? Everybody want to talk about black people. That's the easiest way to make money and be seen. Talk about black people. Easiest way to make money and be seen. Talk about black people.
In Africa, because if everybody was representative to what we see in America, then we would have more Africans there. And also
that those who don't do well, they also leave. We saw that in the Caribbean immigration in the early years of the 20th century, that many those who left because they didn't want to stay in the US for whatever reason, they were less educated than those who decided to stay. So that, therefore, the comparison is just not inherently right.
There is never an emphasis on those Africans who come to the United States and fail, right? Groups typically talk about their successes. Most groups do not talk about their failures, okay? Especially the minority people. And that's true of Asians, it's true of Africans, all right? If we were able to see...
When were Africans considered a minority, Oshay? Inquiring minds want to know. When were Africans considered a model minority? See, y'all just so filled with hate. Y'all just say anything. Y'all just say anything. Y'all just say anything.
The Africans that get deported by ICE, and if we had the stats in comparisons to who stays, it might be mind-boggling. But for the ones who stay in America, all you get to see is the shots that went in, right? It's kind of like showing a highlight tape. If we only see you scoring and never missing shots, then the whole rest of the world believes you never miss shots, right? But then,
when migrants go there, they don't basically would like to settle in places where there's high racism. They don't want to settle in, south of Southern American cities where there's has been traditionally, earlier Jim Crow laws, or then racism is high. They want to settle in places in other places. They are demographically dispersed, geographically dispersed all over the country. That's one of the things that you see. They're not just living in northeastern or southern states. So they will choose and live in places which are best for them, whereas Black Americans who are born in the US, they are certain ties that keep them.
Majority of Black Americans are still in the South, all right? Most Black Americans are still in Alabama, Tennessee, Florida, my mother's home state and father's home state of Louisiana, North Carolina, certain parts of Virginia, and Kentucky, the southern states, Mississippi, all right, that had the Jim Crow laws. That's the majority of Black America is in the South. She noted, though, that most of your talented African Black immigrants, they do not go to Mobile, Alabama. They do not go to Jackson, Mississippi. However, Black Americans that are born in these places tend to stay there because their family is from there, right? They have ties to that land, all right? But a lot of the African migrants, they don't have ties to Alabama. And if you look at Jackson, Mississippi, in the state of Mississippi, where you have a lot of Blacks, in Louisiana, there's not a lot of funding for schools, not a lot of funding for programs. But where do you see a lot of the African diaspora at? You see them in New York City. You see them in the Washington DMV area. All right. You see them in Atlanta. You see them in New York City. You don't necessarily see Uganda.
Okay. They move and they don't live. I mean, when they immigrate, they don't immigrate to places where they know racist people be at, so they can thrive. That sounds smart to me. That sounds like a good skill thing to me. Like how they say skill issue or whatever the case may be. That sounds like they using some good skills. Oh, right. They discriminate against Black people over there. Yeah, I'm not going there. Yes, Oshay sounds drunk. Like, what is this even about? Like he's so thirsty to hate on Africans that he's just making a video saying nothing. I'm about to start pre-watching Oshay videos. Unless somebody like donates and say that they want Oshay video, or something like special happened, I ain't doing it no more. This is crazy. This dude is like, what is he even talking about? The video is on. We almost been on this video for over 10 minutes. What is the point, Oshay?
Londons or Nigerians in Alabama or in Louisiana or in Tennessee. You see them in vibrant places, and that makes a difference. Or the black community still is loyal to where they're from, and they have ties there. And if they're in those low income environments, you know, they're representative of the low income system of the school system and taxation and things like that. I'm not hating on talented Caribbeans or talented Africans, but the thing that we don't want to say is that white people favor you more.
You are hating. And again, I'm happily you finally making the point. So your point is that there are a lot of talented black immigrants who are being favored by white people, and it's not a fair to compare them to other black people. Is that the point you're trying to make? I think that's the point you're trying to make.
Then they favor anybody else. Because if that's the case, then we wouldn't see what the U.S. embassies are doing. We wouldn't be seeing how Canada is making it harder for Africans, how the UK is making it harder for Africans. What I see is that a lot of the Western world has what I would consider a global black fatigue, right? But definitely some level of African fatigue. And the whole world is telling black people, no matter where you at, that you need to develop your own stuff without us, okay? We need you to stay in Africa. And if you're from the black community in America, hey, listen, you need to stay and develop your community. From us whites, this is the play that's there, guys. And the last thing you want to believe is that you're more favored than another group of blacks. It's not true. Just because
come on, Oshay, you all over the place. So now what you arguing against FBA feeling like they better than other groups of blacks? Or you arguing that Africans shouldn't feel like they better than black Americans? Which one?
Somebody treats you nicer doesn't mean that you're favored. I can tell you right now, when it comes to
okay, he's attacking the Africans. Okay, I got it.
The African continent. I'm gonna take a risk on this by saying this. A lot of the African continent would like black Americans to be over here simply because we don't have a history with corrupt African governments. We've never had to leave our country to go somewhere else. So when we're coming in to Ghana and we feel like we're getting, you know, special treatment and stuff like that, you're coming into Kenya, Uganda, South Africa, wherever you may be going, you don't have the ties or the hurt and the pain of the average citizen. So what happens? Well, let's bring the black Americans in the year of return into Ghana because they can help us develop, and then they don't have any animosity towards us, right? That's the same thing that the whites are doing with Africans in the States. And this is why you see black Americans starting to flourish in Ghana a lot. You're starting to see black Americans getting citizenship in Benin, getting it in Sierra Leone. In the next 10 years, I can tell you right now, they're gonna be able to get it anywhere. You'll be able to show up and just get it. All right. That's how much leverage is coming right now towards the diaspora. They're gonna show up and get it. All right. And whereas other Africans may be left out. Why? Because let's deal with the group that doesn't have the animosity towards us, then the diaspora who's calling out the corruption, who's calling out the scandals. Well, the black Americans don't understand that. Let's give it to them. So it works both ways, guys. So guys, what do you think? It's your boy Oshay D. Jackson back at it again.
This was terrible, bro. This was terrible. Like, yeah, Justin March. So all those black people, does that not count as fleeing? They couldn't make it in America, so they fled to Africa, and now they're getting all these citizenship in Africa and stuff like that, so they can live better lives. Ain't that fleeing? Is this not fleeing? Can't make this up. Can't make this up. Exactly. This was a total waste of time. I'm sorry. Like, this was crazy. Like, what was there to even say to that? You gotta get off that. You gotta get off that. Matter of fact, what time is it? I think I could do one more video. Shout out to everybody in the building. This is Tariq doing a video about Trump trying to attack birthright citizenship again. Let's get into this. Shout out to everybody in the building.
Dealing with on birthright citizenship, we had a very unfortunate decision in the Supreme Court concerning birthright. It was close, but a very, very unfortunate decision. So we're making adjustments because it's very unfair. This was done for a different reason. This was done right after the Civil War. This was for the babies of slaves. And what's happening now, people are building businesses around it. From wealthy people are building businesses around
babies of slaves. First of all, it's enslaved. Two, no, it wasn't. Keep going.
Birthright citizenship. That's not the way it was supposed to work. It's a disgrace. They're buying their way in, and we're not going to let it happen. So, Steve, if you will, please.
Yes. So today the president signed these two executive orders here relating to birthright citizenship and birth tourism. As the president mentioned, the 14th Amendment was passed exclusively in the aftermath of the Civil War to ensure that the children of slaves would be citizens. It had no other meaning and purpose outside of that. And that's been clear, obviously, since the day that it was passed. You can go back and you could read the congressional debates. This is not something that's even seriously contested by anybody. The president is using his authority as commander-in-chief to sign first an executive order using the new ruling the Supreme Court issued to expand the definitions of people who are ineligible for birthright citizenship.
First thing we got to talk about, President Trump signed new executive orders, ladies.
This is ridiculous. Trump is just like, he got to stop. He got to be stopped. Also, again, any attack on, I know Tariq is going to celebrate this as a good idea, but this is not good. Any attack on the birthright citizenship is an attack on Black people, whether it's a direct attack or it's an indirect attack, or it's an attack against somebody else, but it opens the door for another group to come attack Black people later. Like when we seen with Trump, with all his birthright citizenship talk, what do we have now? We got a bunch of neo-Confederates down the South talking about getting rid of the 14th Amendment and birthright citizenship altogether. Trump is opening the door to that talk by his attack on birthright citizenship, in part. But yeah, let's see what Tariq got to say.
Ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. He signed new executive orders about the birthright citizenship situation. Oh, people thought.
Look, Tariq is so dumb. He don't even know what the executive orders is about. And he's like celebrating this. Like the Supreme Court already ruled on this. It's going to go back to, like, people are going to sue in court. It's going to get blocked. It's going to go back to the Supreme Court, and it's going to get shot down again. Hopefully it gets shot down again.
Off that whole thing with the Supreme Court, they thought it was over. No. They left the door open for them to still make amendments.
Tariq is so dumb. Like, oh my God, I just want to end this right now. He's so dumb. He said, oh, you thought it was over with the Supreme Court. It is over. Trump is just making up, just join another executive order. If anything, they were supposed to try to do something different through Congress, not another executive order. Not another executive order. This is going to get shot down too. Can't make this up.
Oh, it's heavy. And some of the amendments are very, very interesting. Let me look at the Washington Post. Let me read from them. It says Trump tries. Oh, hold on. Hold on one second. Let me go to something else. Let me go to another. Let me go to another one. Trump tries again to curb birthright citizenship and birth tourism through executive action. This is CNN. It says Trump has taken another swing at limiting so-called birth tourism and birthright citizenship, citing a very unfortunate decision in the Supreme Court this year that struck down his earlier attempt to curb birthright citizenship.
Oh yeah, I forgot the Washington Post got taken over by Jeff Bezos, and it's trash now. It was never really that good, but it's extra trash now. I take that back. It was good, but is trash now. Like, what do you mean unfortunate?
He signed an executive order Thursday, which appeared to largely target laws already in place and recognize exceptions. It's seemingly a more limited attempt compared to an executive order Trump signed last year that sought to broadly end the right for children born in the country to people who are not U.S. citizens. So basically, with this new executive order, federal agencies, they're instructed to not issue or recognize documents affirming U.S. citizenship for children born in the states if either of their parents are not U.S. citizens, if their parents fall into one of the 4 specific categories.
He can't do that. Come on, Tariq. He already had this. It's already got adjudicated. Well, let's hear it.
Alien enemies. Citizenship recognition will be denied if either parent is classified as an alien enemy. So this executive order defines this to include people.
Oh my God. So it's again, he's basically trying to play on something that was already adjudicated. Can't make this up. Shout out to everybody in the building. Who knows, Kanguru? Who knows? Oh, shout out to That's Amazing for doubling up with the 5. Yeah, Tariq don't know anything. None of them know anything. They're just saying stuff. But I'm gonna let him just talk. I'm gonna stop him because maybe he's gonna make a good point. I'm gonna stop and I'm gonna let him talk.
Who are members of a designated foreign terrorist organization or those labeled specifically as designated global terrorists. And I love TikTok shop. Got to watch the words here. Also, the category restricts citizenship for the children of foreign and official diplomats. All right. So they said it applies if either parent is an ambassador or foreign government employee acting in an official government capacity, an employee of a foreign embassy, or
I thought that was already banned. Like, what is Trump doing? He's trying to ban stuff that's already banned. Like, if you're a diplomat and you're in an embassy, of course, you can't just have a baby and your baby is an American citizen. So Trump is just banning stuff that's already actually banned and trying to ban stuff that can't be banned. Got it.
a consulate who is a national of that foreign country, an employee of an international organization who possesses international organization immunity. The third category, they said, is people who are engaging in birthright tourism or birth tourism. Agencies, they're supposed to withhold citizenship documents from children whose parents engaged in fraudulent activities or commercial transactions expressly to access birthright citizenship. Any type of commercial transaction that has been made to ensure that the mother is present in the U.S. in order to give birth, they're saying that ain't gonna work. That's birth tourism. Or commercial surrogacy, like a commercial transaction made with a surrogate who is present in the United States. Or
how is he going to determine whether somebody was here with birth tourism or not? How do you determine that? How do you determine this person didn't just come to America and just give birth?
Its territories to give birth. So that's another thing too. They have surrogates who try to do it for them. It's deep. They restrict citizenship or citizenship recognition for children born to non-citizens in a U.S. territory within U.S. territorial waters whose birthright citizenship is not explicitly conferred by federal statute. Yeah, the Chinese, a lot of them, they use a lot of surrogates. Yeah, the Chinese use those U.S. surrogates. So they're not letting it go. They're still cracking down. And Trump and his staff today, they doubled down when they did a speech about it today, explaining the executive order. They reiterated the 14th Amendment, was made for the children of slaves.
Oh, look at Tariq. He's using Trump's rhetoric. And also, that is not true. That is not true. Show me anywhere that is true. That's a lie.
Right? They keep driving that home, ladies and gentlemen. They said again, the 14th Amendment was not made for birth tourism and none of this stuff. It was made for the children of slaves.
Shout out to you, Kangaroo. You good? You good? You know, we watched together. Like it's good. Like we watched it together. It is what it is. Yeah, I should have knew Oshay was gonna babble, but it's like I thought it was gonna be something interesting too. I'm not gonna hold you, and I'm pretty sure you didn't watch the video ahead of time, neither. But yeah, Oshay is terrible, terrible bozo. But you know, you always support the channel, so you know if you were somebody else, I would be like, all right, you can't request stuff like that no more. But you always support the channel. You support us with like donations. You support with comments, interactions, and all that. So you good. You straight.
That's foundational Black Americans, ladies and gentlemen. We are the children of slaves. They're talking about lineage. All right.
I thought y'all was Aboriginal. Thought y'all was Aboriginal. And again, this is what you would call, Tariq, a nothing burger. The Supreme Court has already ruled. So how does this help? And that's another thing. The Democrats could put forth a policy that actually helps Black people, and y'all will argue it down and be like, well, it don't help all Black people. So it's a nothing burger. But Trump trying to do away with the 14th Amendment in part is somehow helping Black people. Like, come on now.
Right? I want y'all to understand that this is what really chaps some people's ass. This is chapping a lot of people's asses, ladies and gentlemen, because we are centered in this. All right? Now, how does this benefit us? Listen, this administration, they've publicly validated this.
Yo, I'm about to really stop watching Tariq. Because I literally just said that. I said, this don't benefit Black people. And now he's answering on how this benefits Black people. Oh, my God. I know this dude too good. I got to start covering other stuff. This is insane. And now he's claiming this benefits Black people because it centers them. This is not a tangible. How is Trump saying that the 14th Amendment is for the babies of slaves? How is that a tangible? How is that tangible? How does that help get reparations? What does that do for actual Black people? What money does that put in Black people's pockets?
Historical foundation of foundational Black American citizenship. You know, we got the highest level of federal government publicly acknowledging why the 14th Amendment became necessary. All right, the 14th Amendment did not emerge from a generalized concern about no damn immigration. It came after the Civil War because we let them know that our labor in us building this nation is not going to be denied, and we need to override that Dred Scott decision that tried to strip our citizenship from us, because we were already citizens. They just tried to strip it. We said, no.
Oh, my God. Lord have mercy. Tariq just literally just said that Black people were already citizens before the 14th Amendment, and they tried to strip it with the Dred Scott. He just also said that Black people basically forced the line to get the 14th Amendment, which is another lie. And he said it was basically given to Black people as a reward for building the nation. And what did he also say? Oh, it didn't have nothing to do with just immigration, which it did, because they was already working on something like the 14th Amendment before the Civil War even concluded.
No, let's codify this thing. Let's just make it a fact. Let's get the receipt on our citizenship. So the 14th Amendment, that was a constitutional response to them acknowledging that we are citizens of the nation that we built. Yeah. Our ancestors were not standing outside America asking to be let in. We were already here. We built the nation, fought in all the wars, produced the wealth.
So black people did all that, fought in all the wars and produced all the wealth before the Civil War was over. See, Tariq, you just be saying anything. He just saying anything. This is just drivel. I don't even. Oh my God, this is babble.
Survived state-sanctioned enslavement, and so you damn right we're citizens. The hell are you talking about? So the citizenship questions surrounding our ancestors in America, that's them. Well, they're being forced to recognize that we, as a specific lineage, we were wronged, and they had to make it right. So this wasn't America extending an immigration benefit to newcomers. So that came later. And see, this validates foundational Black American delineation using the government's own language. This is their own language. The children of slaves, that's lineage language. That identifies a people through ancestry and their historic experience, not just skin color. This administration didn't say that the 14th Amendment was created for every person who would eventually be classified as Black. No, it connected that amendment to the children of the people enslaved in the United States. That is us. And that just validates the logic of foundational Black American delineation. An African immigrant, a Caribbean immigrant, and a foundational Black American might be racially classified or categorized as Black, but only one of those entities specifically describes descent from the descendants of freedmen, the people who were here at the very beginning. That's just us.
Tariq is babbling. He babbling bad. And there was no freedmen. There was no nothing. Like this is ridiculous, man. This is a grown man. And people listen to him. This is a grown man that people listen to. Can't make this shit up, man. This is frustrating.
Yeah. So when people start talking about how us delineating and that's divisive, the federal government itself is using lineage language, and they're explaining who we are. The government is doing that. That's not divisive. That's just an acknowledgement.
That's Trump doing that. And the Supreme Court has rejected that. Historians have rejected that. There is nobody backing this. This is just Trump talking. This is just Trump talking. You can't show me any historical document backing this. You can't show me any Supreme Court decision backing this. You can't show me the people who wrote the 14th Amendment backing this. Trump is literally just making this up. He's literally just making this up. This is not real. Trump is making this up.
That's not divisive at all. We ain't saying, hey, go to hell or whatever, but we are a specific lineage and we're not immigrants. We have a constitutional relationship with this nation. We were here from the very beginning. That's just what it is. And this announcement, it draws a very important line between citizenship produced by America's internal historic obligations and citizenship connected to immigration. You see, our citizenship was not produced by the modern immigration system. Our citizenship came from the very beginning.
Matter of fact, it was. Because remember, birthright citizenship, again, was created as a way to make everybody who wasn't white and wasn't a Native American living on a reservation a citizen. That's why it was created. You do know that there was Mexicans in America having babies. It was Chinese in America having babies. People had to figure out what to do with these people. Are they citizens or not? Even going back to English common law, if you was born on the land, which American law come out of. If you was born on the land, you are a citizen of the land. You are a subject. Like, come on now, Tariq. You're just making this up. The audience can't be this stupid.
And we didn't have to pledge allegiance. We didn't have to make a deal. We didn't have to sign nothing. It's just what it is. We are literally the foundation of America, ladies and gentlemen. We don't have to sign shit. We didn't have to negotiate nothing. We survived.
Why would a slave have to negotiate or sign anything? Why would somebody whose property, literally property, that's like saying a dog didn't have to negotiate being let free. A horse didn't have to negotiate being let free. Like what are you talking about?
And that citizenship was already on us. You know? And that restores foundational Black American ownership of the constitutional infrastructure that our struggle produced. See, a lot of these people currently, different groups, they benefit from the 14th Amendment. We know this. But
constitutional infrastructure that was produced. Babble. I'm about to get off this. Once he finished, I'm off this. I gotta go to bed. I gotta sleep this babble off.
Benefiting from something and being the historic reason it became necessary, those are two different things. That's us. See, that the amendment, it might have a broad contemporary application now, but the construction of it, the foundation of it, that's us. The 14th Amendment was a grassroots movement, by the way. It was for us and it was pushed by us. This was foundational Black Americans on the grassroots pushing this. The William Nesbitts and people like that. Look him up. You hear me mention that name a lot.
Tariq just be saying anything, bro. Like, you can't make this up. So you trying to claim that the 14th Amendment was created because Black people said so. Like, this is literally a lie. Like, I did a whole video about this, breaking this down. Literally a lie. This is literally a lie. Shout out to Black Adam in the building. Like, oh my God. Exactly. That's why Black people had to be freed first from being property and then was given the citizenship. That's why that's why the 13th Amendment came first, and then after that came what? The 14th Amendment. Like, Tariq seemed to forget that. Or he didn't even know that. That's just Tariq's second favorite word. Bussy is his first favorite word. Grassroots movement is his second one. Oh, shout out to Lee in the building. Yes, make sure y'all get the likes up. Yes, Donald Trump is selling gold tickets for U.S. citizenship. And he's making sure to still keep them H-1B1 visas popping for Elon Musk and everybody in Silicon Valley.
You see? So this whole thing, again, it places foundational Black Americans at the center of the national citizenship debate. For a long time, nearly every major discussion about immigration and citizenship, it centered immigrants while treating...
Nobody's centering you. The only person who's even mentioning you is Trump. And even then, he's not centering you. You're a bozo.
Foundational Black Americans as a background population basically expected to provide automatic solidarity. We're like everybody's pit bulls. So this kind of changes the frame now. This administration, they're arguing that the original purpose of that birthright citizenship, it has to be understood through the children of American slavery. That places foundational Black American history at the center of the national debate over who belongs in the country and what American citizenship means. That reminds the country that the modern definition of American citizenship was shaped by the struggle over the legal status of foundational Black Americans. So that gives us political leverage. See, a lot of these immigrant rights organizations, they can't invoke the 14th Amendment while trying to erase the population whose conditions produced it.
Oh my God, man. What political leverage? You're not addressing no political leverage. What political leverage? Like, come on now.
And the political left, they can't demand foundational Black American solidarity while they refuse to acknowledge our separate history. You understand? So it's very deep, ladies and gentlemen. And let's be real. The left, they have a problem with this. The left has a problem. Do we have any Democrat shills in here?
Using the word shill wrong. Using the word shill wrong. Like, Tariq is so stupid. He's so stupid, man. Like, I can't believe there's adults who watch this. We got to find better stuff to watch, bro. I think I exposed Tariq enough because it's like I'm starting to know him like the back of my hand when he's going to say something. And he just says the same stupid nonsense over and over and over again that can't be validated. Shout out to K Don for coming through with the Canadian too. Much appreciated. Yes, me too. I'm losing my brain cells for listening to this. This is nonsense. Like, this is nonsense.
The Democrats, the left, they got a problem with this. That's why they always try to guilt trip us. Whenever this administration acknowledges our lineage, the left tries to do some Jedi spin mind game. They'll try to do a guilt by association tactic. Like when Trump and his staff say that the 14th Amendment was...
That's cap. Shout out to K Don for coming through with the Canadian too. Make sure y'all shouting out K Don. Shout out to your tech homeboy for coming through with the 199. Whole lot of ones beat a whole lot of nuns any day of the week. Oh, the Cash App, it's in the pinned comment. It's in the pinned comment. I'm about to drop it. I'll drop it again, but it's in the pinned comment. It's in the pinned comment. And speaking of Cash App, somebody just hit me on the Cash App just now. Shout out to the person who hit me on the Cash App. Let me know if you want me to shout you out like by name or anything. I see your comment. It says Nigerian Texan. Shout out to you. Shout out to all the Nigerians down in Texas. PCR.
Created to secure citizenship for the children of enslaved people. That's either true or it's not true, but they can't say it's not true. So what they start,
it's not true. People do say it's not true. Everybody's been arguing that it's not true, Tariq. Like, you keep making this up, talking about, oh, it's either true or it's not true. And they can't say it's not true. Yes, it's not true. Like, this is a straw man. People keep saying it's not true. People, how do you think people was fighting Trump on this issue? How do you think people fought Trump on this issue? It's not true. It's not true. Like, come on now. When you going to show some evidence that it's true? Showing Trump saying it's true is not evidence. That's why he lost in court.
Left, they'll try to do this whole, well, Trump said it. Well, y'all FBA must be MAGA. They try that dumbass stuff. Anytime some right-winger acknowledges our lineage, like when Tucker Carlson, Ann Coulter, whatever, they acknowledge, hey, foundational Black Americans, yes, some of those laws were meant for foundational Black Americans. Oh, see, FBA and MAGA, it's funded by MAGA. They start talking to everybody like they're dumb. You know?
You guys are dumb.
They try to pull a Jedi mind trick. They think everybody's stupid, but then.
You are stupid.
You see? See, lineage specificity, ladies and gentlemen, that threatens the left's system of interchangeable Blackness. See, the political left, they operate as though Black is just one enormous interchangeable racial category. And under that model, a foundational Black American, a Nigerian immigrant, a Jamaican immigrant, or anybody else classified as Black or minority, they can represent the same history and receive the same political credit. Us delineating as foundational Black Americans, we disrupt that whole model. So the phrase children of slaves, that identifies a very specific lineage produced by a very specific American institution. That don't mean you just got...
Oh my God, bro. That's, oh my God. Like, you just be lying. I got to be able to speak to, like I said, I don't want to debate none of these bozos, but I just got to be able to get on the platform to one time to just show them, like, not even talk to them, like talk to somebody on a platform and just lay out the evidence and watch them try to refute it, and they can't do it.
Got melanin in your skin and woolly hair. That means people who were subjugated and subject to the slave system, Jim Crow, all that stuff, and the people who were here at the very beginning of this country who were classified as black. You see?
No, it don't. No, it don't. Oh, and also your tech homeboy, the Cash App is right there. I dropped it. And for anybody else, the Cash App, Venmo, PayPal is right there. Like you can't make this up, man. This is beyond dumb.
So specifying the lineage reveals who produced America's constitutional civil rights infrastructure. Again, the 14th Amendment, that didn't just fall out of the sky. It's some kind of generic diversity program. That came from a struggle from us, from foundational Black Americans. And the left, they don't like acknowledging that because they try to erase us.
So how did Trump lose in court? If what you're saying is true, how did Trump lose in court? Explain. How did Trump lose in court? If what you're saying is true, how did Trump lose in court? I got to speed you up. We're not doing this.
Want to erase us and do the whole nation of immigrants thing. And we're not letting that happen.
America is a nation of immigrants. It is. The white people who run the country, who are the super majority of the population, who literally founded the nation, are immigrants. Like, what is it? Like what? Over 85% of the population, over 90% of the population is immigrants. That's an immigrant nation. If 90% of your population is Muslim, you are a Muslim nation. You are a nation of Muslims. You could say, oh, we're not a Muslim nation. Well, you're a nation of Muslims. If y'all 90% Muslim.
We're not letting that happen whatsoever. See, this children of slaves narrative and all that makes the reparations argument even stronger. See, this is where the discussion, it gets heavy. If the federal government, they can identify the children of enslaved people when they explain the 14th Amendment.
Trump is anti-reparations. Trump literally ran against reparations. So how is Trump saying the 14th Amendment is for the children of slaves, which is a lie, helping strengthen the argument for reparations is going to get you reparations under Trump? How? How is that going to happen? Oh, look, we got a bozo in here. Hard banging news. You banging Tariq meat in your mouth, bozo. Hard banging news. Like, what kind of weirdo? I'm not even gonna say it.
It becomes much harder to claim that the descendants of these people cannot also be identified for reparations. See, America can't say we know exactly which historic population caused us to amend the Constitution, but trying to identify that population's descendants for compensation, oh, that would be impossible. No, it's not.
Tariq, this is what I'm talking about when they making straw mans. Nobody ever said it was impossible to figure out who's owed reparations. The people in positions of power just said no. Trump never said, oh, we can't figure out how we going to pay black people reparations. He never said, oh, we can't figure out which group of black people we got to pay reparations. He just said no. Remember, when Trump person went to the UN and said no reparations because slavery was legal. So you don't get reparations because it was legal. He never once made the argument, well, we don't know who did it. We can't afford it. How will we even know? That's a straw man you're making up. Nobody made those arguments. The answer is just no. That's it.
You know who we are. We know who we are. We know what's owed. But the thing is, understand, foundational Black American delineation, that threatens the left. That threatens their expectation of automatic Black loyalty. See, for a long time, the Democrats, they treated Black American voting as their political property. They expect foundational Black Americans to vote.
How does the 14th Amendment do that? Shout out to Focus World TV 1 for the $4.99. Yeah, this is getting crazy. I'm about to literally have to stop this. Like, I can't keep doing this. Like, he gonna have to make some sense of something. This is getting insane.
Predictably defend every coalition they bring to us, place everybody else's emergency ahead of ours. FBA delineation changes that whole relationship. You understand? So they're not going to shame us And being a foundational Black American don't mean you're a damn Republican because you refuse to let Democrats erase your history. You know, they love to run around with that FBA is MAGA. That was a Democrat shield shaming tactics because they can't deal with the reality.
That's not a Democratic shield shaming tactic. Like, you don't know what you're talking about. FBA is MAGA. You're a white nationalist psyop and you're a hate cult. That's it. Like, what does Trump saying this about the 14th Amendment, even if what he was saying was correct, how does that go against the Democratic Party?
We don't become MAGA because the Trump administration, they publicly acknowledge the historic truth that the left finds inconvenient. You see? So the real fear is all that FBA is MAGA bullshit. Their real fear is that foundational Black Americans will become politically independent and start always demanding something specifically for our lineage. That's what.
How do you become politically independent in a nation that has a two-party duopoly? That doesn't even make any sense, especially when one party was set up to be was set up as anti-Black. Remember, the modern Republican Party was founded on anti-Blackness. The social conservative movement is an anti-Black movement. And Black people are the base, are the strongest base of the Democratic Party. Why would we want to be independent and have no party? That's a powerless position. Because we can't be Republican because they anti-Black, and then we're going to literally get out the driver's seat of the Democratic Party. We're going to get ourselves out the whip and stand on the curve and be with no whip. See, this is the nonsense. That's why we in the situation we in.
Their problem is. Yeah. See, the left.
Shout out to Romario for coming through with the 10. Yes, Tariq is a chicken butt mouth for real, for real. He just say anything. He just say anything. Exactly. How was the Democrats erasing history? They're not. Tariq is just saying stuff. He's a weirdo. Shout out to Romario for coming through with the 10. Make sure y'all shouting out everybody who came through and is supporting the stream. Shout out to everybody who coming through supporting the stream. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. For all the support. Whole lot of ones beat a whole lot of nuns any day of the week. You already know. Already know.
They fear that a foundational Black American population can be capable of accepting facts without accepting political ownership. They want foundational.
Oh, also, we hit the goal, family. I know the timer went off, but we got to 15. We got to the 15. Even though the timer is off, we got to the 15. So we hit the goal. Shout out to everybody who donated and supported the stream tonight. Much appreciated. Thank you.
Black Americans trapped into a false binary. Either you reject everything Trump says or you're going to be branded MAGA. They want us to be political children. Politically mature people, we can examine each statement and policy independently. We can acknowledge an accurate statement about the 14th Amendment, and we don't have to endorse every Trump policy. You see how that works? We can recognize when an administration validates foundational Black American lineage without surrendering our independent agenda to that administration. So no party owns our judgment.
This is the other thing too. With this, we gonna show nobody owns us. We're gonna show nobody owns us. That shows, we're politically mature. You're showing you're immature. There's no political maturity in this. You're showing that you're politically immature. Like this desperation to try to show that Black people are mature. Everything these dudes do is trying to prove racist white people right. Racist white people say Black people on a Democratic plantation. So now these dudes got to go against the Democratic Party to prove that they not on the plantation. Racist people say Black people just vote for the Democrats for nothing. They got to prove that Black people don't do that by demanding quote unquote tangibles. What is tangibles? They don't know. And if you keep asking, they're going to say reparations. You ask them what is reparations? They don't know. Matter of fact, they're going to give you, you ask 10 different FBAs, what is reparations? You're going to get 12 different answers. And then when you point out that type of stupidity among them, now they say, what do they say now? Well, reparations is many things, but it's also a check. They think they sound smart. No, they say it's many things, but it's always a check. They think that sounds smart, but you really sound stupid. That's just a fly away of you coming up with the 12 answer. Ask 10 people, you get 12 different answers. The only thing different, only thing similar between the 12 answers is, oh, check plus some other bullshit that I just made up.
You understand? Well, that's what it is. Who's in here? Who is Timothy? Tim? Okay, well, we got some tethers in here mad already. Okay. Tim, hop on in. Y'all hop on in. We got some angry tethers in here. Okay. Yeah, troll account. Yeah, Tim, you want to hop on in? You're very active in the chat room. You're very active in the chat room, Tim. You want to hop on, or you? Because we're not going to let you just troll in the chat room. If you want to get on, you blocked him. Okay, I was going to have him come on up. No, I'm not in Japan. I'm back in the States now. Yeah, I'm back in the States, ladies and gentlemen. Kush Historian. Okay, Kush Historian, hop on in, please. All right, Kush Historian, hop on in. All right, Kush, a Kushite. All right, Kushite. Hey, Kushite, how are you?
I'm good, bro. How are you?
I am good, Kushite. Now, are you South African, Nigerian? Where you from?
Absolutely not. I'm African. I'm from the Horn of Africa.
Okay, Somalia, Ethiopia.
I'm Somali.
Okay, there you go. So what's on your mind?
Yeah. Well, brother, first of all, Tariq, I just want to say I've been listening to you for a while. I think I watched your Hidden Color series. I've actually been following you for a while. I've seen the other Haitian brother here a while ago. He was saying that he learned a lot from you, and I think you're a very knowledgeable brother, and you have a lot to offer to not just the FBA, but just for Black people in general, with the knowledge you have and what you share with us. And I just want to say, like, I support the FBA, the struggle they've been through. As I was growing up, when I grew up in Canada, actually. But as I was growing up, obviously I'm highly influenced by American culture, and like and you always mention that FBA are spearheading the American culture. They're probably the ones that are the most copied. They have a lot of swag, you could say, a lot of influence. So
we're not doing this. I'm not listening to this glaze. Oh, shout out to McNasty, McNasty in the building. He's been a member of the channel for 4 months. Family, you could also hit the join button and become a member of the channel yourself. Shout out to McNasty. Yes, knowledgeable in meat. Glazing is crazy. Like, I'm about to get off this.
Regardless of that, as I was growing up, when I go and research the FBA history and the history of Black people in America, it is a rich history. Obviously, there's 400 years of slavery. There's a lot of dark times, but Black people have always overcome, and to see the position that they're in today with all the everything that white supremacy has done to them, and try to keep them down and try to keep them at the bottom and sabotage many of the movements that they've had, from the Black Panther to many others, and all of that, and to see where they are today is something to be proud of. I'm not saying that like as trying to be a tether, as you say, or trying to associate myself with them, but I admire what they've done, just as a Black man,
There you go. Respect to that, man. I appreciate that, Chris.
Exactly.
Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. All right, Primo.
That's enough. We about to get off this. That glazing was crazy. That glazing was crazy.
Hey, Tariq. Hey, what's up, Primo?
My man. Hey, listen, I appreciate everything you do, bro. 100%.
Yes,
Hidden Colors. Like, I remember back in the day, believe it or not, a white boy put me on to Hidden Colors 1.
Oh, wow.
He was in my fantasy football league back in the day, put me on to it. And he was like,
that white boy was not your friend. That white boy set you up for the kill. He like, oh, this nigga dumb. I'm gonna help him get even dumber. This nigga dumb, I'm gonna help him get even dumber. That white boy was not your friend.
you ever heard of Hidden Colors? He was really enamored with it. So, I always thought that was funny.
Oh, yeah.
And another thing, my dad's from Senegal.
Cool.
And they have a term. He considers it pejorative, but it's nyat. You ever hear that? Nyat?
No, what does that mean?
It's like other. So it's not.
Oh, look, Tariq and I'm gonna say they got a new term. Look, Tariq never heard this term, but watch Tariq when he starts having debates. He gonna be like, "Oh, y'all call us Akatas, y'all call us Yank, y'all call us Just, y'all call us Yankees, y'all call us all these things. But you crying about us calling you Tether." I see it now.
specifically for Americans or Black Americans or anything like that, but it's something they use over there.
Why would you bring it up and why would you say it? If it's not just for Black people in America, why even bring it up? Why bring it up?
To kind of other someone, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, I hear you talk about like the Jarrere stuff and Akata and all that, and it's nyat, and he hates it, you know what I'm saying? So I just, I wanted to put you onto that one too.
Yeah, okay, good looking out on that, because if I hear thank you, brother, if I hear that term, if I hear a Senegalese person say that, I'm gonna say, okay, now I know what nyat is. Okay. All right, Dotus, what's up, Dotus?
What's up, man? How you doing?
I'm good, Dotus. What's going on with you, brother?
Man, it's Dotus. Man, you brought me up. Thank you, sir, for bringing me up again. You caught me eating last night. You kind of lit me up.
Oh, yeah, you were the one who been eating them damn ribs. What were you eating last night?
He was eating dick last night. That's what he was eating.
It was leftover Chipotle, man.
Well, you must not have eaten that day. Well, you were eating your ass.
Yeah, and on top of that, you lit me up, man, and then you brought up my bunion. I'm like, how he know?
I mean, the way you eating, like, this brother got a bunion on this with the way he eating that. That brother got on some orthopedic house shoes or something. But how you doing? You good, brother?
Man, I'm good by the grace of God, man. What I was trying to tell you was I was upset about, what's going on with the Smithsonian and all of that. And I know you got the museum and stuff like that, man. And so I came up with this idea, erase Black history with like a huge question mark behind it. And then I got this Lewis Latimer, as you see in my pickup there. And man, well, then turn off the lights. And I got several other ones. And I really would like to take it to the streets, because that's what we do. If they're going to try to lock us out of the museum, we're going to take it to the streets. That's what we do. And so I was, hoping you'll help me out with that. I wanted to send you some stuff, and
Yes, hit me in the DM, man, and I'll give you an address to send some stuff. We'll do that. You can send some stuff to the museum. That'd be great. Yeah, the Smithsonian, they've always been kind of funny style, especially when it comes to archaeological digs of Black people. In the early 1900s, it was the Smithsonian. They started to basically reclassify a lot of the stuff, because archaeology, as we know, modern archaeology really just started in like the late 1800s. You know that? Studying ancient bones.
So if you're trying, she just said it started in 1800. So you're trying to delegitimize archaeology. So if archaeology is not legitimate, how do we know that there was always Black people here on this land? How?
And finding out races of people in ancient times and doing all that carbon dating and all that stuff. That's relatively new. That started kind of to the mid to late 1800s.
Oh, shout out to Starbright for doubling up with the $4.99. Much appreciated. Make sure y'all shouting out Starbright.
The problem was when they started doing these archaeological digs here and finding all the bones, they kept telling the damn truth. Oh, they kept saying, hey, you do know these were Negroes over here. And it became so much they had to start kind of
That's a lie. That's a lie. No archaeologist said that. You guys are liars. You're a liar. You notice how he didn't mention this so-called archaeologist. But anyway, I got to get off this. I got to get off this. Shout out to everybody who came through. Much appreciate to everybody who came through. But yeah, I got to get off this. I got to go. I can't do this no more. Maybe I'll pick up on this later on tomorrow. But yeah. But first, we got to end it with our shout outs. Before we do that, family, best way to support the stream, PayPal, Cash App, Venmo. Whole lot of ones beat a whole lot of nuns. I take gifts. I take gifted memberships. I take you hitting the join button and getting your own membership. Super thanks, super chat, super sticker. We take it all. Also, let's just get into the shout outs of everybody who has donated. Shout out to the Nigerian Texan who hit the Cash App. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Shout out to everybody else who had hit the Cash App like yesterday. I wasn't live yesterday, but people just showed love. Shout out to y'all. I don't know if y'all want me to mention y'all name or anything like that. But shout out to Jade for coming through with the 20. Also a member of the channel. Shout out to Neon for coming through with the 550 joules. Much appreciated. You know I'm gonna stay hydrated. Shout out to McKinsley for coming through with the 2 Canadian. Shout out to Nana for coming through with the $9.99. Shout out to Lord of Slaughter for being a member of the channel for 4 months. Family, you could go get your own membership and be a member of the channel. Shout out to Starbright for coming through with the 200 jewels. Shout out to Mackenzie for coming through with the 5 Canadian. Shout out to Mackenzie for coming through with the 20 Canadian. Yeah, that was crazy. When Poetik Flakko was talking about how Roland Martin was getting FBA'd. Shout out to Jay for the double up with the 10. Shout out to Khan the Great for coming through with the 200 jewels. Flow State, you already know. Shout out to Mackenzie for coming through with the 5 Canadian. Much appreciated. Shout out, yeah, that's the 4th time you came through tonight. Much appreciated. Shout out to Justin March for coming through and gifting 20 memberships. Family, if Justin March gifted you a membership, make sure you thank him and make sure you keep it going. Make sure you keep it going. Shout out to Justin March for coming through with the 2, helping me get closer to the goal. Whole lot of ones beat a whole lot of nuns any day of the week. Shout out to Timbo Slice for coming through with the 199, also a member of the channel. Shout out to That's Amazing for coming through with the 5. Shout out to That's Amazing for doubling up with another 5. Oh, shout out to That's Amazing for coming through with another 5. I don't even think I saw this 5. Yes. I meant to say that. That's why I said that we not no babies of slaves. Like on top of that, the 14th Amendment made black people freedmen. Everybody black that it freed made them freedmen. Shout out to you. That's amazing. For the triple up. Shout out to K Dawn for coming through with the 2 Canadian. Shout out to your tech homeboy for coming through with the 199. And yeah, the Cash App is in the pinned comment. Shout out to Focus World TV for coming through with the 499. Shout out to Romario for coming through with the 10. Shout out to Mac Nasty for being a member of the channel for 4 months. Peace, peace, peace. Shout out to Starbright for coming through with the 499 with the double up. Oh, shout out to Focus World TV for coming through with another 499. Much appreciated. Yeah, that was crazy hearing grown men glaze Tariq. Crazy. But yeah, family, I'm ending the stream. Make sure everybody who came through, make sure you like the stream. Shout out to everybody who liked the stream. Shout out to everybody who subscribed to the channel, who hit the bell. Shout out to everybody who dropped a comment. Shout out to everybody who hit the reaction heart. That is all support. All support is good support, family. You don't just have to support monetarily. Just watching the stream is support. Just engaging with the content by dropping a comment. Even if it's just a fire emoji, that's support. Hitting that reaction heart, support. Remember, I'm outside of the algorithm, so they don't promote my channel. The only way I get back into the algorithm is with people engaging with the content. Oh, shout out to Jackie in the building. But yes, I gotta go. Everybody have a blessed night, blessed afternoon, blessed evening, blessed wherever you at. Good day, good afternoon, good night, good evening. Good, all that. Subscribe to all my channels, and my DMs and stuff is always open. And on that note, family, peace. Peace, family. Yeah, but I gotta go. Hopefully, you got some better topics tomorrow, because I got too carried away with the Vaush thing. Got too carried away with that. Too carried away. But yeah, let me get out of here. Let me get out of here. Peace. Yeah, you take care too. Peace. To all the supporters.